few months ago, we were all left hanging after Judge Nelson issued temporary orders on this case. Today was the final hearing. If you want to skip ahead to today's update, I'll have a timestamp for you in the description. But I know I needed to refresh my memory. Most of us were pretty shocked at how things proceeded when Mom, pro se, tried her best to defend the indefensible, keeping a child from his father with literally no good reason whatsoever. And Dad, with the assistance of his lawyer, wanted a really drastic change of custody. How have things been going since the temporary orders were issued? I guess we're about to find out.
Sterling Sr., custodial party being Tanisha Benjamin. The court's taking judicial notice of the court file. Note for the record, this matter was filed based on a petition to establish parent-child relationship. Both parties have previously been noticed and served that the court did order DNA paternity in this matter. The fact that the parties didn't sign an announced paternity, were not married before or after the child was born. The court will further note for the record that Mr. Tanaka is present representing Mr. Sterling, that Ms. Benjamin is pro se, and we have one person in the room, Nia Sterling, as my understanding, is going to be a witness. So at this time, I'll let the state make an opening statement, tell the court what the state's requesting we do here today. Then I'll allow Mr. Tanaka to make an opening statement. Ms. Benjamin, I don't let pro se litigants make opening statements. I'm just trying to figure out what the legal matters that are going to be brought before the court at this time. At the end of the hearing, if you wish to make a closing statement and or closing argument, you'll be allowed to do so in of the fact that you are what we call a pro se litigant. You're your own attorney, so you get to do that. But right now, pro se litigants never get it right. They never make opening statements. They make closing arguments. So, but right now, I just want to find out what the issues are going to be. That way, I can make the appropriate rulings on down the road. So at this time, I'll let the state and Mr. Tanaka start that, and then I'll confirm that Ms. Nia Sterling is his witness. And at that time, I'll see about swearing her in, and I will invoke the rule and place her in a breakout room so she can hear the testimony of the parties in accordance with the Texas rules. So at this time, Mr. Gwynn, you may begin, and then Mr. Tanaka. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. So the state understands that this is a dispute primarily over the primary custodianship, which basically affects everything else downstream from the computation of child support, medical support, retroactive, all of that would completely change based on whichever party has decided to be that primary custodian. So basically everything's at stake in this one, Judge. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Tanaka.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning. My name is Jonathan Tanaka. I represent the father, Quentin Sterling, in this matter. The child was born in April of 2024. Today, you will hear the child's mother has experienced some mental health episodes. She's voluntarily placed the child with other people, including my client. You will hear that there is a prior arrest. She was arrested for leaving the children alone unsupervised when the child, Quincy, was just 2 months old. You will hear how CPS did remove the kids from her because of this, and how the kids, she has Quincy and 4 other kids, how those 5 kids have bounced around with different folks, starting with her ex-husband, that's who CPS placed him with, then her mother, then my client, then with a friend, and then finally back to her. You will hear how she has blocked my client completely off from all communication, denying him all access to the child. And you'll hear how she is currently on a 5-year felony probation for child abandonment, child neglect. So what are we asking for? Today we are asking for, number 1, that my client be appointed as sole managing conservator with the exclusive right to determine where the child lives. And we're basing that request off of Texas Family Code 153.004 because there is a history or pattern of child neglect. We are also asking that, as far as visitation goes, that mother be awarded a standard possession order visitation schedule. 3, that she be ordered to pay guideline child support based on whatever she's making. 4, we're requesting that the child or the court order that the minor child Quincy have his surname changed.
All right, thank you both very much. All right, everybody, at this time, and Mr. Tanaka, is Miss Nia Sterling your witness, or she's your witness? Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor, she is.
Okay, then. Ms. Sterling, would you please turn the video on and raise your right hand, please? Are you there, Ms. Sterling?
Yes, I'm just trying to turn my video on. Sorry.
If you can't turn it on, just go ahead and raise your right hand. I'll take your word for it, okay? All right, ma'am, do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're going to give here today is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you?
Yes.
All right, Ms. Sterling, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to invoke what's called the rule. The rule is that witnesses to a hearing cannot be in the hearing itself. That way they don't get to hear testimony and, see what they might want to testify to based on what other people have said. We want to your testimony needs to be pure and exact as to what you know and what your information is. And that has to be technically your eyewitness information that you actually saw, or that either you, Miss Augustine or Mr. Sterling has told you. But other than that, you can't testify to what anybody else has said or anybody else has told you. So at this time, ma'am, I'm going to place you in breakout, and when it's your turn to testify, we'll bring you back in. And at the end of the testimony, I'll ask the attorneys whether or not you're free to go. And if you wish to go, you can. And if they say it's okay, then you're free to go. If you want to hang around, you can at that point in the courtroom. But for right now, ma'am, I'm going to go ahead and put you in room number 4. And when it's your turn to testify, we will bring you back in. All right? Thank you.
Okay.
All right, did Miss Augustine go back to a breakout room? Okay, we're back in. And then automatically kicked her back in there, so.
Your Honor, if I may address, I also have a invitation to join room 3. Should I just decline that?
No, don't do that. Don't worry about it. Yeah, sometimes that pops up. Like I'll start the rooms back up, so that's why that did that. So, all right, so she's back in now. So, all right. All right, at this time, I'll let the state go ahead and call your first witness at this time, Mr. Gwynn.
State would like to call Quentin Sterling. How old is Quincy?
Quincy will be April 30th.
When's the last time you saw Quincy?
I will say it's been last May. May 2025, excuse me.
Good, thank you. What have you provided in support or as support for Quincy during that time period?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question for me?
What have you provided in the way of support for Quincy since that May 2025 time period?
So I've provided financial support in payments that I've sent to Ms. Augustine, as far as in Cash App, when she needed anything from money for medication. I sent over medication just as recently as last week. Walmart orders. I have an extensive amount of Walmart orders that I've sent over when she wasn't able to financially get these items. As far as for example, last week, I sent over 2 different medications for Quincy's illness that he had, a respiratory illness and RSV. I sent over diapers. I sent over wipes on numerous occasions. I've sent over clothing. I've sent over food. The list kind of goes on. It's very extensive. Anytime that she's asked for anything, I've sent it.
Okay. And how much would you estimate that to have cost?
I don't have the exact dollar amount, but I would say it's in the thousands.
Okay. How much do you make a year?
Real quick, sir, have you ever sent over cash? You said you did Cash App. What amount that you can bring up? Do you know? Can you give a quick idea what that Cash App transfers may have been?
I will have to take a second to kind of add those up.
All right. Well, tell you what she's testifying is when we stop your testimony, I'll give you that opportunity to do so, sir. That way we can get that amount. Thank you.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
If I may, there are some because of the different accounts that she used or different phone numbers she used. There are some that's going to take me a second to kind of have to dig back through my history.
Okay.
Just
we'll
FYI.
give you that opportunity. If you can't get them all done today, we'll get you. We'll have that. We'll let you get those done as we need. All right. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Well, as you can find out, sorry about that.
No problem.
And Sterling, how much do you make a year?
Right now, I'm on a temporary. I make roughly 42. I think it's 42.5. $42,500.
And you do work full time?
I do, yes, sir.
What are you currently doing for a living?
I'm in education. I'm currently an instructor or a teacher teaching African American studies at Chaparral High School.
How long have you been doing that job?
I've been in the education field itself roughly 12 years. As far as in teaching directly, it will about 9 years. Be at this specific job location. I've been here since August.
Would you say that income amount has been fairly consistent in the past 2 years?
I think that's a fair assessment.
Are you aware? How is the child currently receiving medical coverage?
Quincy is currently on government assistance, Medicare or Medicaid, excuse me.
Thank you. No further questions for this witness at this time, Judge.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Gwynn. Mr. Tanaka, your witness.
Your Honor, in the interest of time, could I reserve my questions for Mr. Sterling? We call the other Miss Sterling in so she could be excused sooner.
All right, then, if yes, you wish to go ahead and take her out of order, I have no problem with that, for her convenience, obviously. So let me get her back in here.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you so
I'm
much.
moving her first and see if that's going to work. Yeah, that move thing doesn't let. Yeah, there it is. Okay.
Perfect.
All right, then. All right, Miss Nia Sterling, you're back in the main room. Mr. Tanaka has requested that you be called out of order, so that way, if you wish to leave after your testimony is completed, you can do so. So at this time, ma'am, you need to unmute yourself. If you can't, you don't have to turn on the video, but you do need to unmute yourself. All right, thank you. All right, so at this time, ma'am, you've already been sworn. You are under oath at this time, and you may go ahead and proceed, Mr. Tanaka. And then I'm going to allow the state the opportunity to cross-examine you and Miss Augustine. Miss Augustine, you will have the opportunity to ask the witness questions. When a non-attorney is asking questions, I always have them run through the court first. That way, I don't have to hear lawyers object constantly on whether or not the question is proper under the Texas rules of evidence. I know you're not a lawyer, but you still have to abide by the rules. So that's why I'll let you ask questions, but you'll have to run through me. And if they are appropriate, I will go ahead and let that question be asked. But at this time, Mr. Tanaka, you may proceed. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Miss Sterling, please state your name for the record.
First name Nia, last name Sterling.
Perfect. And do you know Quentin Sterling?
Yes.
How do you know him?
He's the father of my 2 children and ex-husband.
Okay, ex-husband. All right. And you said you had 2 children. How old are the children? What are their names, if you don't mind?
Our oldest daughter is 13 and our youngest daughter she's 8.
Okay. Got it. And in the divorce decree, what kind of custody or visitation arrangement do the 2 of you have?
We have joint custody.
Okay.
And we have as far as living arrangements, they're a week on with me, a week off with him. But if either one of us have like any kind of scheduling conflicts, we just let each other know and we just go from there.
Okay, great. And how would you say he has done from a co-parenting perspective? Is he a good co-parent? Are there issues?
He's a good co-parent.
Okay. And how would you say he has done from a parenting perspective to your children?
He's a great father to our girls.
Okay, awesome. Glad to hear it. Are your children doing well in school?
Yes.
Okay. Are they involved in extracurriculars?
Yes, our youngest is in drama club, gymnastics, and then our oldest, she's in orchestra, UIL for social studies, honor roll student.
Great. Okay. And I mean, from what you know, do you believe he assists the girls with homework, extracurriculars when the girls are with him?
Yes.
Okay, great. And how is communication with him regarding the girls' education? everyday life needs, things like that?
We correspond through text messages. We call each other. We don't live far from each other, which was intentional to make sure it was easier for both of us as far as transporting both of the kids to and from school. Our youngest goes to school at the school that I teach at. So, we
Great.
make things work.
Has he ever blocked you from communicating with the girls or with him?
No.
Okay. How would you say he has shaped your girls into the people that they are today?
He's been involved in their life since conception. And so they know him and only him as their father figure. He's involved in their extracurriculars. I would say he's a good dad, and they love their father.
Great. Glad to hear it. And I think you mentioned this already, but was he attentive to their needs even when the girls were babies, infants, toddlers?
Yes.
Perfect. Do you have any concerns about his parenting?
No, if there was a concern, they wouldn't go over there every other week.
Okay. Have you met the other child, Quincy?
I've seen him maybe once or twice.
Okay, got it. Would you feel, I mean, I know you're no expert, but would you feel comfortable with Mr. Sterling, Mr. Quentin Sterling being a primary caretaker of a child, just knowing what you know from the two children you have together?
Yes.
Okay. And anything else you'd like the court to know today?
No, unless you have some other questions for me.
Okay. No further questions for me. Thank you so much for your time.
All right,
Pass the
thank you
witness,
very much,
Judge.
Mr. Tanaka. I'll go ahead and let Mr. Gwynn have the witness. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. The state has no questions for this witness at this time.
All right, thank you very much, then. And Ms. Augustine, it's your opportunity. Do you have any questions for this witness, ma'am? You're muted, ma'am.
No, sir, I don't.
All right, thank you very much. All right, Mr. Tanaka, is Ms. Sterling free to go?
She is, Judge. Thank you so much.
I'll let you get back to your class then, Ms. Sterling. Thank you very much. What school you teach at now?
Alice Dowse, elementary. Why are you laughing,
Because Miss
Judge?
Dowse was my sixth grade teacher, Miss Sterling.
Oh, wow.
And I was in love with all four of her daughters at one time, okay? So there.
Well, I definitely try to live up to her legacy
Yeah,
and represent her well.
yeah, my mother and she taught us at Marlboro for years. So yeah, that's why I'm laughing. I'm laughing out of love, believe me. So
Okay, good. Well,
all right,
thank you.
man. All right, have a good
Bye.
one, man. Thank you.
You too.
Bye. All right, then, Mr. Tanaka, you're still, well, I'm sorry, you still your chance to ask questions. Well, you did, I'm sorry, we did, Mr. Sterling, and it's your chance to cross-examine. That's right. I'm sorry. Anything else you need to do as far as cross-examining, Mr. Sterling?
I'll go through some direct examination questions, Your Honor, if you'd like. Otherwise, I have no cross or redirect for this witness.
All right, then. Well, I'll tell you what, then, because I'm sorry, I got it out of order here because we took the lady, Miss Sterling, out of order. So at this time, I know we went over some preliminary things. So is there anything else you want to ask this witness, or you want to go ahead and go to Miss Augustine, and we'll come back?
I guess I'll just run through my direct examinations with this witness, Your Honor, if that's okay.
That'll be fine. Thank you. You're
Okay.
okay. Then, Mr. Tanaka. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Sterling, please state your name for the record.
Quincy Eugene Sterling Sr.
Okay. And when did you meet the mother, Tanisha?
Met her in the summer of 2023. I was the director of education at Civil Learning, and she had brought her daughter in for some learning concerns, and I tested her daughter to see kind of where she was at as far as in grade level and so forth.
Okay. And when did you learn that she was pregnant?
I learned she was pregnant, I believe, in the fall. In that fall of the same year, she sent me a text message and told me she was pregnant.
Okay. And were you involved throughout the pregnancy?
Yes, sir.
You
I
attended
was.
like the prenatal appointments, things like that?
I did attend the prenatal appointments, but as far as in, we still had, like I said at the time, we still had a relationship where we were still visiting each other and so forth, and still communicate. And we still had things like, for example, when we found out the sex, we kind of had a gender reveal between the two of us. We had an envelope that we kind of kept secret for. We tried to hold off as long as could before we revealed the sex. So things of that nature.
Okay. And were you present for Quincy's birth?
Yes, sir, I was.
What role, if any, did you play at the hospital when he was born?
I was there. I received a text message that she was in labor at the old Metroplex. I forget the name of it now, but I was there throughout the process from the time where she began to she began to start the birth and cut the umbilical cord. And it was there for the few days after, in between working until she was released.
Okay. Now, after Quincy was born on April 30th, 2024, how often were you seeing him, would you say?
Up until I would say the summer, I would give or take 2 to 3 times a month, maybe. And that was usually the case when she would come over and we would kind of spend time together. And that was the time I was able to, see Quincy and so forth.
Okay. And was she pretty cooperative in giving you as much visitation time as you want, or was it a struggle to get that? Tell me about that.
At the beginning, the arrangements were more so where she would bring Quincy over, and I was able to see him with her. As far as in like individually leaving Quincy there, I don't think that was an option at the time. But I say that to say I don't want to put words in anyone's mouth, but that wasn't feasible at that time. So I would say up until the summer, from when Quincy was born up to the summer, it was kind of when she came over was my opportunity to see and spend time with Quincy.
Okay, so he was born end of April. What happened in July of 2024, just a couple months later?
I received a call about roughly, give or take, early morning hours, 5 or 6, and she had told me that the police were at her apartment. I kind of asked why.
I'm sorry. Could you go ahead and give me what's the time frame of this, sir? You said this. Obviously, this was in the summer, but you remember what date?
This was Are you asking me, Your Honor?
Yeah. Do you remember the exact date? Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. I believe it was the 4th of July.
Oh, okay. 4th of July.
That morning.
Okay.
Yes. Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. I received a phone call about 5 or 6 o'clock in the morning. She told me that there were police that were there at the house. Kind of asked what for. She said that her ex-husband, or at the process, she's going through a divorce, but her husband had called the police on her as far as her kids. We kind of stayed on the phone. I was kind of asking like, hey, what's going on? Is there anything that you need and so forth? And she told me she thinks that she's going to jail. And then she told me that they were taking her to jail because of she left her kids alone. And that's roughly essentially how the conversation went. And she sent me a text message asking me, was I able to come get Quincy? And I told her, yeah. And that was pretty much the last communication we had until she was in Bell County Jail.
Okay. And how old was Quincy at that time? Do you know?
Yes, sir. Roughly about 2 months.
Okay.
2 months.
And how long was she in jail? Do you know?
I think she was in jail, I would say, give or take, roughly about 2.5 weeks, maybe 3.
Okay. And I guess let's backtrack a bit. So you had one child together. Quincy was about 2 months old at the time. Did she have any other kids from another person?
Yes, sir. From my acknowledgement, her and her now ex-husband have 4 kids together. As far as their ages, I couldn't be exact, but I know I would estimate that the oldest is roughly probably like around 10. And I think they're roughly about a year or two apart in between then. I believe Quincy's oldest sibling from her side, I believe would be roughly about 4 or 5 now.
Okay, got it. So we've got 5 kids total. Were all of them left at the house on July 4th, the overnight, or was it just
Yes, sir.
Quincy? Okay.
Yes, sir, it was. And at the time, I believe it was her 7 or 8-year-old at the time, I believe was the oldest that was watching all the kids.
Okay. So she spent 2.5 weeks in jail after July 4th. What happened to Quincy and all the kids? Do you know where they went?
Yes, sir. We spoke via email through the smart inmate system at jail. And she contacted me and told me that CPS was coming to take her kids. However, her now ex-husband drove from Louisiana to take the kids, and they were in his possession. And then from there, Quincy. His 4 kids stayed with him, and Quincy was then given to her mother, and that kind of started the whole domino effect and so forth, the instability of Quincy housing.
Okay. And were you providing any financial or material help to the kids during this time?
At this time, no, I had no communication with the kids. I didn't know as far as in contact, as far as in her mother or anything like that. My financial response or my financial contribution at the time was I was assisting Mrs. Tanisha as far as in trying to get out of jail. I put money on her books to allow her to email and call out, and eventually pay for her bail. So that she was able to get out, because at the time, as our jail conversations, there was questions about where Quincy was. And at the time, her funding was low, so she wasn't able to call out, and she didn't have her phone, so she didn't know the numbers to reach her siblings in Louisiana or her ex-husband.
Got it. So let's just recap. So you actually gave her money so she could call and communicate with others while she was in jail.
Yes,
and
sir.
then 2, you also paid bail money so she could get out of jail, correct?
Yes, sir, I did.
How much money are we talking?
Her bail was $2,500.
Okay, and you paid all of that?
Yes, sir, I did. I paid all of it.
Did she ever?
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, you go ahead.
I apologize. I kind of jumped the gun there, just kind of taking initiative on. I think what your question was. She did pay me back $1,400 of that, and that was via Cash App. And she told me that was from her. She couldn't pay that money. She couldn't pay the rest because that was the child support money that she was waiting for her ex-husband to pay. But there was a stop in that because of the where the kids were staying and so forth. So I received $1,400 of that shortly after she got out, and have not received the rest.
Okay. What's the full amount again, sir?
$2,500.
I got $1,400. The full amount was what now?
$2,500, sir. Your Honor. I'm sorry.
No problem.
Go ahead. May I continue, Your Honor?
Yes, you may. Sorry.
Thank you, Judge. So she was in prison for about 2.5 weeks. After she got out, where did she live then, Mr. Sterling?
Yes, sir. When she was released, she had an apartment that was her ex-husband, but from my understanding, he had moved back to Louisiana and had subleased her the apartment in downtown Killeen. That apartment, he no longer paid the rent, and so she was evicted from that apartment. From there, she then moved into a women's shelter, about a women's shelter. Our conversations was that she was, from the abuse that she took from her husband, she was able to kind of go into this, I don't want to say secretive, or where the rules were very confined and so forth, as far as allowing visitors and things along that nature. So her and Quincy stayed there for a substantial amount of time.
Okay. And did she eventually have to leave the women's shelter?
Yes. So our conversations that we kind of spoke at the time, she was telling me that her husband had her, I apologize, to the court. Her ex-husband had came and repossessed his vehicle. And so she was left without a car, but it was an issue that she had with the director of the facility because they were accusing her of coming in smelling like marijuana. And for...
All right, sir, she's the one that told you this?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank
yes,
you.
Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor, sorry.
Proceed, just want to make sure.
And that she was essentially being pushed out of the center for coming in after the 7 o'clock curfew, if I'm not mistaken. And from there is kind of where I kind of intervened and offered my services or assistance to Tanisha.
Okay. So director accused her of smoking marijuana, kicked her out of the women's shelter. Have you ever known her to smoke marijuana? Do you think this was a legitimate claim?
Yes, sir. I think it carries some weight. Yes, sir.
Okay.
I know that that is something like recreationally she partakes in.
Okay. Did she smoke marijuana while she was pregnant with the child? Did you see
No, sir. I've never seen that. No, sir.
Okay. But you have seen her use marijuana a few times?
Yes, sir. She's been around me while she was, I guess you would say, under the influence. Yes, sir.
Okay. How many times would you say she's used marijuana that you've known her?
I can't give her for a definite answer on that, but it's like I said, I'd say she's a recreational user.
Okay. Does she use it when she's with the child, Quincy?
I would hope not, but as far as I'm concerned, like I said, I don't want to go on the record and say something I'm not 100% positive about.
Unless she told you she did or you saw her do it, you can't testify to it, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
So,
okay.
I've never seen her or she never told me.
Okay. Yes, sir. All right. So then let's move forward. So she was in a women's shelter. She got kicked out because of marijuana concerns. Where did she and Quincy go to next then?
That is questionable. So from there, I can speak on my behalf. From there, I believe that they moved into I know that she was staying temporary with a friend. Her name was Kei. And then she was able to get an apartment from HUD in Temple, Texas. And that's where they're relocated to. In between time when she was there, I did offer Tanisha a place to stay, offered her transportation, her and Quincy. And I have an extra room in my house and was trying to facilitate those needs and so forth. And she stated that the reason why she couldn't stay with me because the assistance that she was receiving, she would no longer be able to receive those had she moved in with me.
Okay. Does Tanisha ever discuss with you struggling with depression, mental health?
Yes, sir. There have been multiple text messages and conversations we had where she's felt overwhelmed. She's felt depressed. She's felt defeated. She's felt that a lot that was happening in her life was just coming on at once, and it was a lot for her to take in. And I know that she saw mental health advocates and doctors for assistance with that.
Okay, and I guess where are the 4 other kids? Are they currently with her? Are they with ex-husband still after the CPS incident?
So the last that we communicated was that her ex-husband has 2 both boys, and originally she had her youngest daughter, and she was able to get her oldest daughter. And I know that because the last time that I picked up Quincy in last May, I saw when I walked into the room where Quincy was, it was Quincy's crib and a bunk bed with her 2 daughters were in there. And when we talked, she said that the arrangement was with her husband. He was keeping the boys and she was keeping the girls. When the CPS worker did an investigation and spoke with me, the issue they were having was because they needed to see.
Sir,
yes, sir.
You can't testify to anything they told you. Okay, you can't testify to anything CPS told you. That's hearsay. All right, you can testify to anything mom told you, but if CPS told you something, If you got something in writing, then you can get your attorney to see about getting that writing into evidence, but you cannot testify to what they told you one way or the other, sir. Thank you.
Yes, Your Honor. The other two were with their dad. With their dad.
Okay, got it. And then has she, after moving to this other apartment place, has she tried to place Quincy with her friends?
Yes, sir. I've submitted the text message and shown that there has been on multiple occasions where she has given her friend or stated that she was signing over authority or excuse me, she was given a power of attorney to her friend Key, where she was going to give to Quincy. She's going to go back to Louisiana until she kind of got on her feet or until she was in a better place.
I guess as of today, to your knowledge, does she have her own car?
No, sir.
Okay, and getting back to the mental health, has she ever talked about like suicide with you?
Not suicide per se. I don't want to read into it, but I know like she was with, our text message and our conversations in between, she's directly spoke about how she was kind of down and out and she just felt overwhelmed and she just needed a break. And this was just becoming too much for her, especially doing this by herself.
Okay. Has she ever talked about like self-harm or harming other people?
No, sir. Not harming other people or self-harm. Not that I know of. No, sir. Or not that I recall, I should say.
Yes, sir. Okay, so we talked about her signing a POA, power of attorney, to some of her friends. Did she actually sign one also for your benefit?
Yes, sir, she did.
And when was that? If you
that
recall?
was in May of last year.
Okay,
sir. May of last year.
and why did she do that? What did that power of attorney allow you to do?
The power of attorney allowed for me to take. I don't want to say ownership, take conservatorship over Quincy and provide, allow Quincy to live with me. And the power of attorney was allowed for us to make a seamless transition from the Head Start in Temple to the Head Start in downtown Killeen off of Gray Street. And that was the weekend of May 15th, I believe, the week of May 15th.
Okay, so after she executed that, then you brought Quincy to live with you full time?
Correct. Yes, sir. I went to Temple. I collected all his things, his belongings, medication, clothes, the entire thing. Brought Quincy back to my house, set him up in my room, Quincy's room or his room. Went out, purchased new clothes, new shoes, the whole nine, and to make sure that he was ready for daycare on day one.
Yes, sir.
Or his new daycare.
Right. Okay. And how was that living with Quincy? Did you enjoy it? Was it a good experience, you think?
Yeah. Yes, sir. It was great. It was it's kind of hard to put in words, but it was just one of those things that, just seeing like how Quincy is, the way he, like, for example, the way he eats, just how his personality, it was rewarding. It was just one of those things where, it was kind of just me and Quincy, like having that, that father-son relationship. It was great.
Mm-hmm.
I enjoyed the time. I really did. My family enjoyed the time because that was one of the things that, prior to this, my immediate family is here from mom, cousin, sister, aunt, and so forth. And so having everyone around and everyone getting to see Quincy and see him was rewarding in itself.
Right. Great. Glad to hear it.
Yes,
now, so we're talking about May 2025. What happened, I guess, after that with Quincy?
Well, regarding that, at the time, my Quincy had to be at daycare at the Head Start there at 8 a.m. They didn't allow for you to bring him in early. And so my job, where I worked at, I had to report at 7:30. And I got a couple waivers that allowed me to come in early, but for safety issues, there was a stabbing in KISD and the interest changed. And so from there on, things kind of became tightened down. So teachers were expected to report at 7:30. With that being said, I have you can say is a very good friend of mine who picked Quincy up and dropped Quincy off at daycare. Mm-hmm. And from there, the daycare app shows when you sign someone in. And from there, she kind of went on a tangent, was asking who this person is, why are they dropping them off. She didn't give permission for anyone to drop them off. However, when I went to the daycare, I told them, hey, this is the individual that, that can pick or drop Quincy off on my behalf, and signed it.
And let me just stop you right there. So you were saying are you referring to Tanisha then got upset when she saw that your friend dropped the child off at daycare?
Yes, sir.
Because there's a shared daycare app and she can see the logs of who picked up, dropped off, correct?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
Okay, so she got upset when she saw that on the app it wasn't Quentin Sterling, it was friend, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so let's go ahead and jump back into the action then. Tell me what happened after that.
From after that, she kind of, like I said, went on a tantrum, like was upset, saying that she didn't get permission for anyone to pick up Quincy. Why do I have X amount or these unknown people around Quincy and so forth? And I told her, like, this is someone, obviously I trust. This is someone that I'm intimate with, someone that that has been my partner for a decent amount. And she was not happy with the fact that there was another female in the situation. And so try to explain the situation, but it kind of fell on deaf ears. That happened. And then Quincy was, from there, she stated that she was coming to get Quincy. And then I dropped Quincy off, and my friend, picked Quincy up. And then from there, she was throwing out the threats that she was coming to pick Quincy up. And like, this was just, this was like not something she said she allowed. And if I couldn't take care of Quincy, that I should have said something. And I was trying to explain to her, it's not that, it's just that when I was trying to put him in a daycare that's within 5 minutes from me, this was a seamless transition for you. We did this, and now all of a sudden I was being, essentially criticized for just someone picking Quincy up. So, because after 3:30, then you kind of get a deem. So it was just that, and 3:30 was when I got off work at the time.
Okay, so she got upset. What happened? Did she take Quincy back with her then at that point?
No, sir. So that was over. Do you kind of want me to go through the chronological events, or just from the daycare perspective?
Yeah, let's just kind of cut to the chase, I guess. So how long was Quincy with you, and then what happened? Because we know now, present day, that you've been blocked from communication, don't see Quincy. So tell me when that happened.
Yes, sir. So all of that happened. She came and picked Quincy up that following Monday from the daycare. There was no communication. There was nothing or anything along that nature. I went to the daycare to pick Quincy up. I received permission from my principal to start leaving work early to pick Quincy up. And when I got there, they told me the mother picked him up. And kind of like anyone, I was like, what's going on here? And that was there. And so that stemmed from the buildup stemmed from that weekend before that Saturday, where she was visibly upset because on the side, not trying to draw this out, I apologize, Your Honor, but on the side, I DJ as a hobby, and I DJ'd our 8th grade celebration ball. She called me at the time asking to see Quincy, and I told her I was at work working. Well, that following day, she called the Clean Police Department and had them do a welfare check, where that was the day, that was actually my birthday, the 18th. And CPS worker came over. He saw Quincy crawling on the floor, playing with my family, us playing cards and games. And that was the end of that. And then the following day is when she picked him up.
Got it. And since that time, have you been able to communicate with Miss Tanisha?
The only communication, we attempted to communicate through text messages. That didn't work. We communicated through email. And then she essentially told me, the last email she told me was to no longer communicate with her. No longer communicate with her. Quincy was not my son. I had to communicate with 2 other individuals, and she said she felt for her safety and for Quincy's safety, and not to communicate with her. So from there, I did not reach out to her. I did not text or do anything after that.
Okay. Has she ever initiated or allowed you to see Quincy since that time?
No, sir.
Has she ever allowed you to hop on a FaceTime call or Skype video call and see your son?
No, sir. She told me not to communicate. No, sir.
And there's previously been a DNA paternity test done, correct? With everybody participating? And
Yes,
it was found from that test that you actually are the dad, correct?
Yes, sir.
And after that positive test, did she reach out to you and let you have any in-person or video conference telephone visitation?
No, sir. The only communication she reached out was when she needed Pampers, wipes, medication, snacks, or food. And which anytime she asked, I sent no hesitation, same day of hope, within a reasonable amount of time.
Mm-hmm. And how many other children do you have?
For this, sir.
Okay. Do you have sole custody, or are you the primary caretaker of any of those children?
I have joint custody with my two youngest daughters. My oldest daughter is a sophomore in college right now in North Dakota State University. Went from there. I had the standard visitation, so forth, where I kept her every weekends and holidays and so forth. My oldest son was a similar situation. However, we went back to court, and I ended up becoming the sole guardian of him, and my son lived with me the last 4 to 5 years before he became 18.
How old is your son now, sir?
My son is 20 now, sir.
Okay, so the other two are both adults. Got it. Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Great. And how would you describe co-parenting with the other parent in both of those situations? So it sounds like one woman, 2 kids with the 2 girls, and then another woman, 2 older kids.
Yes,
How
sir.
is the co-parenting relationship there with those 2 other individuals?
Perfect. I have no issues, no conflicts, no anything like that. For my daughter, that's currently in North Dakota, I would fly up and see her every 3 months. She would come here, like I said, every summer, every other holidays, Christmas or Thanksgiving. There's never been an issue. We co-parent well. As far as in my son's mother, my oldest one, up until he came to live with me, I would say our conversations were kosher. It was kind of your standard, like, hey, what time should I come and get Quentin? Hey, I'm dropping Quentin off, or we call him Junior. I'm dropping Junior off at so time. And so that was kind of the basis of it. And then that changed when he came to live with me. But it was still the kosher conversations.
Good. And I think you heard, it sounds like one of her main concerns for blocking all communication with you was safety concerns. Have there ever been any safety violent situations involving other kids, other parents?
No, sir. Never been physical, violent, obnoxious, yelling, threatening. I've never done anything with her or any of my kids. There's no records. I've never been detained or lost. The police called on me for anything like that. The only time I've had any type of investigation was the one that she initiated.
Which was found to be unfounded, correct?
Correct. Yes, sir. That was kind of false.
So you mentioned that you work in education. Do you prioritize education for your kids? Do you believe that's important for them?
It's first and foremost. I'm sorry if I go on a rant here. I'll try to keep it short. But being in education, you see how the disparity and the differences for those who have an education, whether it be a 2-year college or so forth. You just see how those students kind of better off and how well informed they are and how better they are. And so, yes, education has first and foremost been phenomenal. Been a mainstream and a direct in my life and my kids' life, because I'm the first one in my family to receive a formal education, my bachelor's, my master's, and started a year ago on my PhD before I took a break of that. But yes, it's first and foremost my kids. It's when we come home, there's no iPad time, there's anything like this. It's education. So much that, like I said, my oldest daughter Jalen is in North Dakota on an academic scholarship. She's a zoology educational major. My son, before living with me, he was a C and B student at Copper Cove ISD. When he transferred me his freshman year, he ended up becoming an A and B student, graduated in the top quarter of his class, earned a scholarship, academic and a athletic scholarship to Anna Marie College in Massachusetts. My oldest daughter is a straight A student. We just had her academic award ceremony 2 weeks ago, and my youngest daughter is thriving as well. So education is first and foremost. That's one thing that there's no negotiation. That's the gray line where we have to thrive in education, just because I see it firsthand.
Okay. And from what you know, maybe you don't really know, but let's do some compare and contrast. So you have, I guess, five kids total, four from, different women, one with Miss Tanisha. She also has other kids too. Have you been able to see her other kids and how education is prioritized or not in that situation?
Um, I've only seen one as far as in that or excuse me, I've only kind of had to like make a formal observation of one, and that was the one she brought in to civil learning when I was working, and we tested, and her at the time her child tested a few grade levels behind in reading.
Whoa. Here we go, guys. Is that information confidential, Mr. Sterling? Because again, you did it in this was your job, not your personal life, and it was something you got from KIS. You're in KISD, correct, sir?
No, no, sir. This was not KISD, sir. This is not. This is not like. This is not KISD, sir. This was at Civil Learning Center.
So it's a private company.
Yes, this sir. This is the conversation that I've had with Mrs. Tanisha when she came in, where we did an assessment.
But she had that conversation at the Sterling Center as part of the information concerning your child.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Mr. Tanaka, I'm a little wary about this one. Okay, yeah.
Okay.
Again, it was done at a professional circumstance.
Sure.
And, not a personal. So I'm not going to allow this line of questioning as far as anything that was discussed before the circumstances and before they became a couple. Also, so yeah.
That's fine.
Okay, thank you.
I apologize, Your Honor.
Okay, that's okay. You're not a lawyer. Just kind of scared the daylights out of me. Maybe violating somebody's rights here. So okay, thank you.
Understandable.
All right, so let's go ahead and move to talking about your living situation. Describe your current home to me, if you would, sir.
Yes, sir. I'm currently purchasing my home. If you're familiar with Killeen, I live in Southeast Killeen, the area that's kind of newly developed. I live off of Chaparral Road. I purchased my house in 2020 after my divorce, after I sold the house that me and my ex-wife shared. I currently have a 4-bedroom home, 3 baths. And right now it's me and my 2 daughters that occupy the house.
Right. Okay. And would Quincy have his own bedroom if Judge were to make you primary caretaker?
Yes, sir, he would. Charlie and Chase have their own room, and then his room will be the room in the front.
Okay. Okay. And do you have reliable transportation?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay. Do you have a car seat for Quincy?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay. And do you believe that you would be financially able to meet Quincy's needs?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay. Are you on any government assistance of any sort?
No, sir, I'm not.
Okay. Let's talk about health and dental. Are you aware of any ongoing medical issues that Quincy has or may have?
Yes, sir. Quincy has had respiratory issues, asthma, and breathing issues since he's been a toddler. And as of last week, like I said, Miss Tanisha, she texted me and told me that he went to the ER for a respiratory infection and RSV, and that's kind of been ongoing.
Okay. Does he have any more so permanent health issues that are affecting him?
The only thing I can say that's close to that is asthma, but other than that, no, it's just kind of been ongoing respiratory issues where he's been getting pneumonia, heavy cough, and things of that nature. That's kind of been.
And does she allow you to come to the doctor appointments and be involved in his medical care?
The only information I receive from her is post appointment, and it's usually in the needs of, hey, Quincy needs this. Can you do it? Can you get this? And that's kind of how that's shaped.
Okay, so it's kind of more like if she needs money from you, she'll reach out, but there's otherwise not a whole lot of communication. Would you say that's a fair assessment?
I would say that's fair, yes, sir.
Okay. Does she ever invite you to come to the actual appointments or to the ER, things like that?
No, sir. No, sir.
Do you ever ask to go to be a part of his life in that way?
Yes, sir. When he was hospitalized of last year, and while she was at the center, I believe it was earlier last year while she was still in the center, I was able to go there then and sit in with him and kind of see what was going on while he was in the NICU for respiratory and pneumonia, and he had a viral infection.
Okay. And do you have your own health and dental insurance that he could be put on?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay, who is that with?
My health insurance is through TRICARE, East now. Vision and Vision is through Delta Dental, and excuse me, Dental is through Delta Dental, and Vision is through GHP, I believe. GHP.
Okay. And any idea how much the dental would cost
Uh,
you?
roughly for him, adding him on, I think roughly I pay because I have the higher one. I think I pay. I want to say roughly 80 a month for dental.
Okay. And then would TRICARE East, would that cost you anything out of pocket to your knowledge?
Yes, sir. It is. I pay. I pay a monthly premium.
Okay. How much would it cost to add Quincy to that if you know?
For the family, I would estimate I would probably be like north of 175. I would say give or take. I mean, I think like say 185, 200 is a fair assessment. Not trying to fluctuate that, but I think that's fair.
Okay. Got it. Couple of last questions to finish this out. Let's talk about discipline briefly. Do you discipline children in your house? And if so, how do you go about that if they misbehave?
If they misbehave, my discipline is more so it kind of I would say, to be fair, it's kind of steps to it. It's one of those things, acknowledging where to make sure my child understand what they did wrong, and then corrective action, like, hey, how do we make sure that this doesn't happen again? More so, it's loss of privileges, whether that be TV, cell phone, iPad, and so forth. And then there's usually something in essence that they would do to make up. I can give you a primary example. My youngest daughter, Charlie Quinn, got in trouble recently at school for speaking out of turn in the walkout line. I mean, this has been kind of an ongoing issue. When she got home, we kind of talked about it, and as a result, we had to do the timetable flashcard to make sure she had her timetables, because in fourth grade, that's an initial. So we sat there for about an hour and a half and kind of drilled those out as quote unquote punishment. But physical punishment or anything like that, no, sir, I don't necessarily believe in those.
Okay. Yes, sir. And why would you say it's in Quincy's best interest for you to be the primary caretaker of him?
Okay. So when you look at the big picture, when I think about Quincy, all right, with not only am I able to provide steady housing, steady transportation, steady income, things of that nature, I believe educationally wise, Quincy will be at the Child Learning Center, which is literally 5 minutes from my housing area. They receive 3 or 4 stars of the Texas Rising certification, which is an extreme accolade, so much that there is a waiting list. The student teacher ratio at the daycare right now is 1-4. So I believe it gives Quincy a chance to thrive in that environment. Resources, I have an ample amount of resources, educationally wise, emotionally, the whole nine, where I can provide for Quincy. Quincy would be better off when you just look historically speaking, and this is, I'm just speaking from facts that come from our own government statistics, like students or kids that are raised in section housing government assistance are less likely to perform, are those that are less likely to be lower achievers academically, socially, emotionally, and so forth. And I think being free of government assistance, Quincy is in an area where those resources are available to him. I can be there for him. I'm emotionally intact. I've done this before. This is not my first rodeo. As far as being a single father, I have a ample amount of resources and wealth. All of my family is here, so I have family to lean on, and my family is close knit. I grew up without it, and I'm sorry if I'm kind of going off the rim here, Your Honor. I grew up without a dad, without dad being present. So I understand the emotional, the physical trauma that has. And to this day, I've made that, and people probably said it before, but I made that a goal of mine that I was going to go above and beyond. I'm always and willing to be there. Quincy, like when you look at what's best for Quincy and what's his best interest, I think I check all those boxes as far as seeing what he needs and what he can do. And I know the social norm sometimes is that or for a parent for a young child to be in a situation with his mother. And I think, with this day and age, with fathers like me that are stepping up and going above and beyond, and that are solid and grounded in everything that they're doing, I think this is the time where we kind of shift that norm, and where fathers like me are getting a chance to kind of say, hey, look, we can provide those exact same resources that mothers have. And so, like holistically, I know I kind of went off there, but it's not so much knowing, I can factually speak on what I can provide. And yet this is another example of someone being less dependent on the government, where we're taking child off of there and child's being able to thrive in my care. If I'm afforded the opportunity, I have a proven record. And I don't say that lightly, but I have a legit proven record of how I've have a framework of how to raise children and how to make sure they're academically and successful and being law-abiding citizens.
Yes, sir. And are you willing to make sure that and facilitate that Quincy has a relationship with his own mother?
Yes, sir. Never in a million years would I try to like keep that from him. My line is always open. Never be whatever it takes. If it takes me driving to Temple to drop Quincy off for visitation and so forth, I'm willing to go above and beyond. Like I said, I think it's going to do a disservice to try to demean that. I by no way am I trying to paint Tanisha out to be this person that she's not. I'm simply stating that as far as in the best interest, I know that, like factually and statistically proven that that's me. And so I will make sure that he still has that open relationship with his mother and that we continue to grow, and hopefully our relationship can improve over the time as she begins to kind of work on herself and so forth.
Yes, sir. All right. And then to conclude, are you asking the judge today to name you as the primary caretaker of Quincy?
Yes, sir, I am.
And are you requesting minimum wage guideline child support from the other parent?
Yes, sir.
Are you asking that she receive what's called a standard possession order visitation schedule?
Yes, sir.
And do you believe that these requests today are based upon Quincy's best interest?
I do. Yes, sir.
And I guess the last thing, so tell me what Quincy's full legal name is right now. Okay, and is that Tanisha's legal name?
That is a great question. So when we asked about it, I know that's not her last name is still Benjamin from her marriage.
Okay.
And so Augustine, from my understanding in our conversations, Sanders was her maiden name. And when we spoke regarding that, because the situation came about, I was at work when the birth certificate lady came in, and I had to be present in order to sign it. But she stated that Augustine was a family name, or her mother's name, if I'm not mistaken. And I wholeheartedly believe that's where it came from.
Got it. Are you requesting that Quincy's last name be changed?
Yes, sir. I would love that. Yes, sir.
Okay. Anything else you'd like to tell the judge or ask the judge today?
Your Honor and the court, as I stated earlier in my closing statement, I totally understand the narrative, and that traditionally, children are placed in the mother's care. Like I said, I think I have a well-grounded case in a situation to where I believe emotionally, physically, financially, I can provide Quincy with all those needs if given the opportunity. And said I have a proven track record. I'm able to. I'm grounded, well educated, and structured in the sense where I know that I can provide for him. And I think it's reflective in relationship with even with my ex-wife and our kids and so forth. And so I just will hope that, like I said, that shift can maybe we can kind of shift things over now to, turning a new leaf, and I'm able to have, and I'm afforded that opportunity. I apologize for stuttering. I'm just kind of filled with emotions right now, but that's it, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you, sir. No further questions of this witness.
Yes, sir.
All right, Mr. Green, anything on redirect, sir?
I do. I just want to make sure I have one detail correct.
All right, you may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Sterling, how many children do you currently have that are minors under the age of 18? That is
under the age of 18, 3, sir.
Yes. Other than the child that we're here on.
Other than the child we're on, 2.
Okay. And have both of those children been minors since? Have any other children of yours been minors since the time that this particular dependent that we're here on has been born?
No, sir.
So only those 2 children?
Correct.
Thank you. I have no further questions of this witness at this time, Judge.
All right, thank you. All right, then, Mr. Gwynn, Mr. Tanaka, I'm gonna go ahead and let Mr. Gwynn call his next witness here in just a moment, but I'm gonna go ahead and take a 15-minute break, 20-minute break. I've got a judge has got its infection, and I gotta take some meds, and I gotta take it with some food, so so I'm gonna take a break, and I'll come back, and we'll get this thing taken care of, all right? And Ms. Augustine, Mr. Sterling, I'll go ahead and take a quick break, and ma'am, you're up next, all right? All right, thank you. And we'll be back on the record in about 20 minutes. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Judge.
3-2. So at this time, Mr. Gwynn, you can call your next witness.
State would like to call Tanisha Augustine.
All right, Mr. Augustine, state your full name for the record, please, and your full legal name, ma'am. Thank you. What is it currently?
Tanisha Augustine Benjamin.
All right, thank you. You may proceed at this time, Mr. Gwynn.
Thank you. How many minor children do you currently have?
5.
What are the ages of those children?
1, 3, 5, 8, and 9.
What do you currently do for a living?
I'm currently starting work at the daycare next week.
And what will you be doing at the daycare?
I will be in the infants classroom.
And which daycare, ma'am?
A New Day Learning Academy. It's the same one my daughter attends.
Okay, thank you.
And how much will you be making?
14 an hour.
And prior to this job, what were you doing?
I was a server at Marada's Living Senior Home here in Temple.
What's the name of that game, ma'am?
Marada Senior Living Facility.
Okay, okay. I say Marauder, and I'm going, whoa. Can't have a bunch of old folks out there running around doing marauding, but anyway, thank you.
And was that employment full-time?
Yes. Yes, sir.
And how much did you make there?
12 an hour.
And what if any professional licenses do you have?
I currently don't have any.
Okay. And what professional certifications do you have?
None at the moment.
Okay. How's the child that we're here on currently receiving healthcare coverage?
Yes, sir.
How is the child receiving healthcare coverage?
He has Medicaid.
Ma'am, all your children that live with you are currently on Medicaid also?
Yes, sir. And they have VA insurance.
VA?
Yes,
Okay. Is that through you or through their father?
through their father.
All right. And so how many have VA, Champ VA?
4.
All right, thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. On backtrack, I think I forgot to ask, how many of those minor children are currently residing with you?
I have all 5 residing with me.
When you were employed as a server at that senior home, how long were you employed there?
For like 3 months.
And what were you doing before that?
I wasn't working at the time.
I have no further questions for this witness at this time, Judge.
All right, thank you very much. Mr. Tanaka, your witness.
Thank you, Judge. Ma'am, just a couple of quick questions. So let's see. Which daughter attends the New Day Learning Academy?
Hazel.
And how old is she?
She's 3.
Okay. And then which does Quincy attend?
So he attend Head Start
Okay. So why are they in separate locations?
because Head Start didn't have an opening for Hazel.
Okay. Got it. All right. And then how long have all 5 kids been with you?
For 8 months now.
8 months. Okay. And You said before Murata's, you weren't working. I guess how long ballpark have you been unemployed then before then?
Um, like a year.
Okay. And before then, where were you working at?
Walmart.
Okay, got it. What was your job position there?
Seasonal.
Okay. Okay, let's talk about are you currently on probation?
Yes, I am.
What was the offense for which you were placed on probation?
Abandoning slash endangering a child.
Okay. And which child was the subject of that? Do you know?
It was Quincy, Hazel,
Mhm.
and Mackenzie.
Okay. And was my client correct that this incident approximately took place on 4th of July, 2025?
2024.
2024. I'm sorry. Yeah, 2024.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And on July 4th, 2024, how old were those three children, if you recall, approximately?
Mackenzie was 7,
Hmm.
Hazel was 1, and Quincy was 2 months, 2 to 3 months.
Okay. 2, 3 months. All right. And how long is your probation term? Do you know?
It's 4 years.
Okay. And what are the specific conditions of that?
I'd have to do parenting classes, which I completed.
Hmm.
I completed parenting class in 2024 and 2025.
Yes, ma'am.
PTSD class I also completed. And the
Okay.
only thing left is they regularly drug test me and then community
Okay.
service.
Okay. Um, have you complied with every drug test that they've sent to you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Have any of the tests been positive?
No, sir.
Okay. If the judge were to order a test today, would it come back negative, would you say?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Have you ever missed a check-in with your probation officer?
No, sir.
Okay. Okay. Let's talk about your house. So you've got yourself and 5 kids. I guess where are you currently living? Can you give me an address, please?
18.
Run that question about me again, please. I missed
I'm sorry,
that.
what was that, Judge?
What was your question?
I just asked where is she currently living?
We don't do that on Zoom, sir.
Okay.
Remember, this thing is on the internet, so I don't give out addresses because I don't want people showing up or writing. Okay, so if you need to get that in a breakout room, we'll get that later on. All right, thank you, sir.
That's fine. Yes, Your Honor. Ma'am, so your house, how many bedrooms, how many baths are we talking?
I have a 2 bed, 2 bath.
2 bed, 2 bath. Okay. And can you tell me how everyone fits in there? We got 6 people. Who sleeps in which bedroom?
My girls have their own room and my boys have their own room.
Okay. And where do you and Quincy sleep?
Quincy have his own room. They share rooms.
Okay. Um, so you have 2 girls and then 2 boys with your ex-husband and then Quincy, so 3 boys total?
Yeah,
And how old are the 2 boys?
5 and 7.
Okay, 5, 7, and then Quincy's 2.
He's 1. He'll be 2 in April.
Okay. Um, okay, and then where do you sleep?
I sleep in the living room.
Okay. Does Quincy have his own crib or where does he sleep
He
in the
has his
room?
own crib.
Okay, and then are there 2 twin beds for the other 2 boys or a bunk bed?
Yes.
Which one?
Twin beds.
Twin beds. Okay. So 2 twin beds and a crib in one room.
Yes.
Okay. How much do you pay each month for the house?
I currently do not pay rent.
Okay. Who pays the rent?
Housing.
Okay. Is that paid for indefinitely or when does that expire, if at all?
It doesn't expire.
Okay. Okay. Do you have your own vehicle?
No, sir, but I'm currently in the process of getting a vehicle.
Okay. How were you able to get to your prior jobs?
Uber, the Hop, and my support system.
What does your support system look like?
My support system when I was staying at the shelter,
Okay.
and I'm currently here now with my social worker.
Okay. And about the shelter, is it true that you were kicked out of the shelter, or is that not true?
No, sir, that's not true. I wouldn't be
Okay.
able to be here today if it was true.
Okay.
And
When
you
did
said
you
right
leave?
now you're broadcasting from the shelter?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
Okay. And do they help provide for like the Uber rides to and from work?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Where is Quincy right now?
He's at school.
At a daycare or school? He's one?
He's at Head Start.
Okay. What are the hours that you drop him off there and pick him up?
He goes from 8:15 to 3:15.
Okay. Got it. All right. And um, I want to talk more about the July 4th, 2024 incident. So you left those three kids alone. How old was the oldest child at that time? Do you recall?
She was 7.
7. Okay. And where did you go, if you remember? Oh, I think I may have lost her,
Lose
Judge.
connection? Yeah, looks like I heard that. I heard the ding. All right,
Oh,
we'll give her a couple of minutes to get back on. I'll just go ahead and stop the recording for now. All right, thank you.
yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Judge, I'm trying to run the math on this while the questioning is ongoing. She had said that she has 5 children in addition to the one we're here on, correct? Or am I mistaken?
Okay, I got 3 boys, 2 girls, so yeah, that's 5.
Oh, 5
Not
total?
5 total. That's what I've got. And did I miss one?
Yeah, I think it's correct. 2 boys, 2 girls with ex-husband, and then or other father, and then Quincy. So 5 total.
Yeah.
Okay,
That's what
I
I'm
just wanted to
tracking.
make sure I got that correct. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
I heard the ding, but I thought the ding was her coming into the room.
I got the notification that she had reappeared, but I'm not seeing her right now.
Well, she was, like I said, I just moved her in from the breakout room. I'm not the breakout room, I'm sorry, from the waiting room, and I thought I heard the ding, but that ding may have been her being kicked out again. Yeah. All right. We're officially back on the record, and I'll allow you to proceed with your question, Mr. Tanaka. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Let's see, ma'am. We were talking about July 4th, 2024. You said that the oldest child was 7 years old at the time. The other one was 2, and I believe Quincy was 2 months old. The last question I asked was, where did you go, if you remember, on that night?
Um,
I think you
All
may
right,
be
ma'am,
on
do you
mute.
recall?
Yeah.
Do you recall where you actually went and the circumstances?
Looks like she put herself on mute, Judge. I think she may be talking to someone in the background. I'm not sure who.
All right, ma'am, here's the deal. I don't mind you talking to someone, but you can't get legal advice from anyone what to testify to, ma'am. Remember that. You got to testify to what you know and that only, all right? Can you hear me, Miss Augustine?
yeah. So, wait. Yes, sir. What was the question
All right.
again?
Yeah, the question was, where did you go on that night, July 4th, 2024?
It was a night.
Do you recall where you went tonight that was based on your conviction, ma'am, for failing to, abandonment of the children, whatever the actual conviction was? Thank you.
Yes, sir.
All right, where did you go?
It's not. It's
Ma'am, stop
Judge,
that. Stop that. Here's the deal, ma'am. Whoever you're talking to, I'm getting ready to make them you leave the room. Understand? You're not allowed to have anybody.
yes, sir.
No one's going to be in there with you unless they're a lawyer, okay? Whoever's sitting there, tell them they
Yes,
got to
sir.
go right now. All right. Thank you. So, ma'am, answer the question, please. Thank you.
Judge, I'm going to ask that you instruct whoever's in the room to leave again.
Ma'am, is there anyone in the
No
room
one
still
is.
with you?
No one is in here. It's me. It's just me in here.
All right, then. Well, if there's anyone there, no one's allowed to be in here, ma'am, unless they're an attorney of law for the state of Texas. All right, ma'am. Do you recall where you went? Where you went that night that caused you to get the conviction? Yes or no answer right there.
No,
Okay. Don't know. That's okay. What time did you leave? Do you recall?
I don't recall.
Okay. Was it after dinner?
I don't. I don't recall.
Okay.
Man, was this something again? Was this the 4th of July?
Yes.
Okay. May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes, you may.
Were you at any point intoxicated that day, ma'am?
No, sir.
And again, tell the judge how old Quincy was.
Quincy was 2 months.
And the oldest child was 7 years old. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
At the time, was Quincy being breastfed?
He was being breastfed and bottle fed
Okay.
or formula fed.
Okay. And who was to change Quincy's diapers while you were away?
My 7-year-old.
Okay. Had she ever previously changed a diaper before?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did your 7-year-old know how to use a phone?
Let's go down this path too long. Yeah, those are the circumstances. Everybody's now a lot older, and we are where we are now. So let's move on from this. And I'll let y'all know. I'm probably making a temporary order here. And giving Dad some time and getting me assigning an investigator ad litem. That's where I'm leaning toward right now. But I want to. So this is not going to be the last hearing in this matter. So that you keep that in mind in the questioning you're doing, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Ma'am, do you struggle with depression?
Yes, sir.
Are you currently on any medications for that?
No, sir.
Okay. Do you
I
go
see a
to?
therapist weekly.
Okay, great. Who's a therapist?
Sophia
Okay. Do you remember her last name?
Franco, and I also see Christina Rebels at Central County Services.
Okay. Okay. And is it true that you placed Quincy with your ex-husband for a time?
During the July 4th event, yes, all of them went with my ex-husband, never was given to my mom. My mom is deceased, by the way.
Okay, I'm sorry to hear that. You also placed Quincy with your mom for a time too, correct?
No, sir. He has never been
Never.
with my mom.
Okay. Did you place Quincy with your friend for a time?
Quincy, the only reason Quincy was
Okay,
with
ma'am.
my
The question
friend is
was,
if Quincy dad.
listen to the question, ma'am. The question was the child ever placed with a friend? And if there was, I need to know what confirm what the friend's name is and the time frame. Thank you.
Okay. Yes.
Okay, so what's the friend's name?
Her name is Key.
Key, can you spell that for me, please?
Kei
Okay, and how long was Quincy with her?
Belfield.
Okay, thank you. And how long was Quincy with Key Belfield for, approximately?
For no more than 2 days.
Okay. How long was Quincy with your ex-husband for?
For like 2 weeks when I was in jail.
Okay. Okay. And then when you got out of jail for 2 weeks, did you get your kids back right away? What was the process after that?
Once I got out of jail, Quincy's dad picked me up and brought me home. Then a few days later, I got Quincy back.
Okay. And is it true that you executed a power of attorney with the intent that my client, the father, could take care of Quincy?
Yes.
Okay. Let's talk about your support system. Do you have family nearby?
I don't have family here in Texas.
Okay. Where's the closest relative?
Dallas.
That's Texas, ma'am. Sorry.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry.
You're fine.
Sorry.
You're good. Let's talk about medical. Have you ever invited my client, the father, to come to doctor appointments with you?
Yes, I have.
Okay. How many would you say?
Back in 2024, I asked if he could take Quincy. He agreed, and then the day of his appointment, he said he forgot.
Okay. When was the last time Quincy went to the doctor?
Like 2 weeks ago.
Okay. Did you invite my client to come to that appointment?
No, sir, but I did notify him that Quincy had COVID, RSV, and the flu.
Okay. Why didn't you invite him to come with you?
Mm, mm,
I'm sorry, what was the
I'm
answer?
not
Oh,
sure. I was just like,
don't know.
I'm not
Okay.
sure. I was just like really focused on him getting medical needs at that time.
Okay. Um, all right. Has he ever denied you assistance when you asked for it, my client?
No, he hasn't. Anything I have asked for, he has gotten it.
Okay.
He sent money back in December for his medication, which was $80.
Okay. And he gave you some money to get yourself out of jail, correct?
Yes, he did.
Do you plan on paying him back for that amount, or what are your thoughts about that?
I'm not sure.
Okay. He was there for you during your pregnancy at the prenatal appointments, correct?
He didn't attend any appointments while I was pregnant.
Okay. He was present at the birth.
Yes, sir.
He cut the cord.
Yes.
Have you blocked my client's phone number anytime in the past?
Maybe twice, but we have been emailing. He's currently not blocked. Our last email was February the 8th.
Okay. Is his phone number still blocked on your end?
No, sir.
Okay. When did you unblock him?
He's been unblocked. We just been communicating through email.
Why did you block him in the first place on these two times you've done it?
Because I felt like I was forcing him to be a dad, and I wanted him to realize that he have a child just as well as I do.
I'm sorry, would you mind repeating that?
Because I felt like I was begging him to get Quincy or see Quincy, and I just got tired of it.
So you're saying that you said, "Hey, Dad, come on over and get a visit," and he would just say, "No, I don't want to."
No,
Okay,
it
tell
was
me
like
what.
I was the one initiating everything, and he wasn't. No, I'm
Okay,
not trying to paint him as a bad person, but it was like I was doing everything, and he know he have a child just as well as I do.
okay. So because he didn't initiate and ask for a visit, you blocked him.
Yeah.
Hmm. Okay. So you blocked him twice. Why did you block him the second time?
I don't recall. It's been a while.
Okay. If he were to ask you then for a visit, you'd be happy to let him have that?
Of course, I never denied visitation or anything. He just asked to see Quincy 2 weeks ago on the email, and I asked him what time. He said after 5:30, and he never got back with me.
Okay. Has he ever blocked you?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Did you previously tell him not to contact you anymore?
Yes, sir. That was back in September.
And what was the basis for that?
I don't recall.
Okay. So if you blocked him and told him not to communicate with you, how is he supposed to reach out and schedule a visitation with his son?
He was still emailing me. He has my email, so that's how he was contacting me.
Okay. You have no safety concerns about my client?
No, sir.
Okay. So you have four other kids. Tell me you already told me their ages. What are their grade levels, if you know?
Mackenzie, she's in 4th grade. Kaysen, he's in 2nd grade. Damien, he's in kindergarten.
Okay. And then I must have missed one other child.
Hazel, she's in daycare.
Got it. Yeah. Okay. And are all three kids on their correct grade level for their age?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Um, do you currently drink any alcoholic beverages?
No, sir. I'm not allowed to.
That's right. Okay. I guess before July 4th, 2024, you did though.
No, sir.
Okay. Why was that made a condition of probation then if you never drank? Do you
I'm
know?
not sure.
Okay.
They drug test me and everything, but yeah, I don't drink.
Okay. Have you ever drunk during your lifetime?
No, sir.
Okay. Let's talk about marijuana. Have you ever smoked marijuana? Used
No,
marijuana?
sir. I have never used it.
Never. Okay. Any other drugs?
No, sir.
THC?
No, sir.
Okay. Okay. No further questions, Judge, of this witness. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Gwynn, anything on redirect, sir?
Not at this time, Judge.
All right, any other witnesses, Mr. Gwynn?
Not for state, Judge, no.
All right, Mr. Tanaka, do you have anything, any other witnesses that you wish to recall Mr. Sterling to clarify anything, sir?
In the interest of time, Judge, not at this time.
All right, then. All right, everybody, I'm going to go ahead and go with closing statements. Again, I'm looking at making what's called a temporary order here, folks. I'm looking at setting Dad up some access. Ma'am, normally, when I have, it doesn't sound like y'all have major problems. When I had problems, I always usually make the exchange at the closest police department. But right now, I'm looking at making the exchange at your home address. Is there going to be a problem with that?
No, sir.
All right, then. All right, then. So let me go ahead. But with that in mind, that we're going to do a temp, and Mr. Tanaka, since it's already, and this would normally be his weekend, but I'm looking at giving him next weekend and the following weekend out there 2 in a row. I'm looking at giving him the fourth weekend of the month and the first weekend of next month. And I'm probably looking at going ahead and giving him the spring break coming up, even if it's not his spring break, and then just do the weekend business until we get everything else situated. But I'm also, like I said, and I'm also looking at appointing a guardian ad litem and setting that up as per what the rules require me to do. So with that in mind, I'll go ahead and listen to the closing statements. I know you don't know what that means, Mrs. Augustine, but the lawyer should. And I'm going to let them make closing statements and tell the court what they want me to do on those circumstances. And as far as your circumstances, ma'am, you'll be able to make a closing statement, closing argument if you wish. So at this time, I'll start with Mr. Green and then I'll go to Mr. Tanaka. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. So the state, if Mr. Sterling is going to be ordered to pay child support, the guideline math that the state has come up with is $484 child support and $71 in medical support, assuming that child is not ordered to be placed under his TRICARE. And then with the order appointing an ad litem, the state would also request that the court determine who pays the ad litem cost per.
Mr. Glenn, the cost will be paid. Mr. Sterling will put $500 in the deposit of the Bell County District Clerk only before the 31st day of August. And based on the mother's situation and her housing, Medicaid, of course, going to find that she is unable. She will qualify for the pauper's affidavit or pauper's request, and I'm going to put that in for her at this point. And the county will pick up her half of the $1,000. What I was looking for was $1,000, and the county will pick up her half of the $500. And as far as the ad litem is concerned, you may proceed, Mr. Nguyen.
That's all, Judge. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, Mr. Tanaka, you heard a lot of legal mumbo jumbo going there, and that's what we're looking at doing today as far as the requirements for when the court appoints ad litems, and based on his testimony and his earnings. And I heard what he made of his job, but he said the child is getting he's got TRICARE. I did not hear anything about him receiving VA disability or retirement, so I'll ask him at that point. Mr. Sterling, do you get anything from the United States, for being formerly in the United States military?
No, sir. My earnings were all set. No, sir.
I'm
Just
sorry?
medical. No, sir. Just medical.
Okay,
Just
just
medical.
medical, thank you. All right, Mr. Tanaka, you're closing then, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. I guess to start, we were set here for a final hearing. That is what we would want. My client doesn't have unlimited resources. I'm not the cheapest attorney. We would like a final hearing. That's what we were set for. I don't really think there's a need to drag this case out. I think we
Mr.
have.
Tanaka, move on.
Okay.
You're asking me to give a child to a man that this child has not seen this man in 8 months. And you're asking me to turn him over tonight, right?
Not necessarily, Judge. Just some
Well,
final orders. We can do a step up if that's something you're comfortable with. I understand the child's not 3, but
well, I've heard some contradictory testimony, Mr. Tanaka, so we're doing a temp. So you and your client have to work that out, sir. I'm sorry. I'm going to do what I feel is in this child's best interest going forward. You may proceed, sir. Sorry.
okay. We would also object to the guardian ad litem. I know you can make, your own motion for it. We would be objecting to it. I don't really think there's a reason for it. Child can't talk to the guardian ad litem. He's only 1, almost 2. So I think the facts of this case and just hearing testimony.
Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
So for that reason, we would be objecting. Again, my client doesn't have unlimited funds. Hiring someone to talk to the child, I mean, they can observe the child. Child can't talk back to them. So don't think we would just respectfully, request that there not be one. That, yeah, if we do come back for final, that's okay. But that there just not be the added cost of a guardian ad litem.
All right,
But
go ahead, sir. Sorry.
But to recap again, you heard the child was born April 2024, getting close to 2 years old. Today you heard how child's mother did experience several mental health episodes. Kid has not really been with her, the majority of the time. Kid has bounced around to different folks, ex-husband, friends, child's father. And there also is this situation where she was arrested for leaving the children alone overnight with a 7-year-old while the child was 2 months old. Don't really know what was happening. She claims she didn't remember when she left, how long she left, why she left, what happened. That is a concern, a big concern. It just goes to show, the danger that the child was in. 2-month-old left with a 7-year-old. A lot of things could have happened. Thankfully, it didn't. Thankfully, CPS came in there, and then they have, mom's hopefully on a better track. Hopefully, it doesn't happen again. But there are some grave concerns there, and I think mom even understood that, right? She executed this POA with the understanding that my client, the child's father, could take care of the child, and he did just that. Fortunately, once mom heard that he had a friend pick up the child, she got mad and decided to take the child and block him from ever seeing the child again. This 8-month absence is not my client's fault, Your Honor. You heard how my client did try to reach out, tried to make connections with the mother. She told him, hey, I don't want to talk to you anymore. She blocked his phone number. That is not his fault. Yeah, he could have broken into her house and taken the kid. He's not that kind of person. She told him, hey, I don't want to hear from you ever again. She blocked his phone number. I asked her, why did you do that? And she said, well, basically because he didn't ask for visitation enough. And then she kind of forgot why she blocked him the second time. She said, no, your client has never blocked me. It's just been me. It's a one-sided thing. And yes, I did tell him to never communicate with me again. So my client's up, against a rock and a hard place. No way to communicate with mom, no way to exercise visitation, even if he wanted to. He had this POA, but then mom, took the child and basically ran. And unfortunately, he's been cut off from communication with the child's mother and with his own child. Let's do a little bit compare and contrast between the two parents. Let's talk with mom. Right now, she's on a 5-year probation, does not have a means of transportation. She is about to start a new job, which is great. And she's, really placed her kids with a lot of individuals. Right now, she's living in a 2-bedroom place, 5 kids and herself. And we have concerns. There's not really a good support system. Family is up in Dallas, which is fine, but that's not necessarily close. Let's compare that with dad. On the flip side, my client has been there for the child really since he was born. He's the one who cut, baby's cord. He's raised four other kids who were all doing very well in life and education-wise. He has a strong record of co-parenting with the other two mothers. In fact, you've heard his ex-wife came here and testified earlier today and said, yeah, number one, he's a great father. No concerns there. Two, he does a great job at parenting. Three, great job at educating our daughters. They're all being, stellar students in school. They're doing great. And four, absolutely no safety concerns with dad. There's never been any issues with him. And you even heard from Miss Tanisha, like there's never been any examples or instances where my client yelled, put his hands on her, the kid, no violence at all. No reason to deny him visitation. If there was family violence, sure, that is a grounds for denying visitation. There's been no evidence of that. He's been a model parent, model co-parent, and for whatever reason, mom just doesn't want him involved. So she's doing everything she can to effectively block him from the child's life. So what are we asking today, Judge, on a temporary order basis? We are asking that my client be named as sole managing conservator with the exclusive right to decide where the kid lives. Our basis for this is Texas Family Code 153004. There is a history of present child neglect. She was arrested for neglecting the kids, leaving them alone. That satisfies the grounds, we believe, of Texas Family Code 153004. So we believe that the child should be placed with dad at this time on a temporary basis. We are asking that mom be awarded a standard possession order visitation schedule. We are asking that she receive electronic communication Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 6 to 6:30 p.m. And all communication to take place via app close so that Ms. Tanisha cannot block my client. Each party is to pay for their own cost of app close now that they've started charging for that. We are asking that she pay him minimum wage guideline child support, or I guess based on her new job that she testified to. And then I believe that is it, Your Honor. Thank you very much.
Everything. All right, Ms. Augustine, anything in closing, ma'am? What are you?
Yes, sir. I just want to say I never denied visitation with Quincy's daddy from Quincy. I have been initiating everything back in August. Quincy was out of school
Okay, ma'am,
for
no
a
more
whole week.
testimony.
I
Just
let his
leave it.
dad.
I've heard your testimony already. I know what you said you already. I just need to know what you're asking the court to do with it in your closing statement, ma'am. I know you asked me to give you custody and child support. The state's already said has requested that for both of y'all. So what else are you asking for, ma'am?
That's it. And my place be the primary residence. And I have no problem with dad visiting.
I got one final question, Mr. Sterling. Mom's testified that y'all have been communicating by email. Is that correct, or y'all not been using that, man, sir?
Yes, Your Honor. We've started communicating recently. After she asked me not to communicate her via text message, she told me to not contact her anymore. I contacted her and asked her just on whereabouts of Quincy. She initiated contact when she asked me for assistance, Your Honor, and I used that as a segue.
So the question was about the email. I'm sorry, you went off on a tangent.
Sorry. Your Honor, yeah. Yes, after she contacted me about assistance, I use that as a segue to carry on conversations about Quincy. Yes, Your Honor, and that was last fall, a few months ago.
Okay, so y'all been using email for the last few months?
Give and take. It's kind of been there, and or like I said, assistance like via Cash App. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, Your Honor. Excuse me.
All right, folks. Again, it's kind of traumatic for a child to be yanked away. I know, sir, you've had time, but again, it's been months. So at this time, and here's the deal, this doesn't sound like it's the thing I have to do, I should do, and it really doesn't mean anything, but I think I got to do it in conformity with the Texas Family Code, because I don't think, based on information I've heard, that I can name mom as a joint managed conservator. But right now, I'm going to name her, and believe me, I am strongly considering this will be the exact opposite at the end, because again, I've heard enough that might get you there. But the bottom line is, I'm going to name mom right now, sole managed conservator, dad possessory. I'm going to decide the domicile of the child, and that domicile is restricted to Bell County, period. And the child is not to be removed and live anywhere else other than Bell County until further order of court. I'm going to go ahead at this point and order the dad to pay child support. At this time, I'm going to lower it down a little bit because I'm getting ready. I'm still going to keep him having to make that deposit, Mr. Tanaka, $500 on it before the 31st day of August for the purposes of the ad litem. And if it's at this time, I'll reserve the right to make that an attorney ad litem or a guardian ad litem. And I'll go back over the code to confirm which one will best suit these very, very different circumstances. This is not my normal case, and I'm going to go back over the ad litem requirements to see which one is going to be appropriate. I'm going to go ahead and report Mr. Ozzie Grimhall. I've already had my assistant contact his office, and he said he can accept this case without a problem. I am going to go ahead and I'm going to go ahead. He's one, going on two. I will go ahead and order that there be your telephone communication with Dad and the child on Friday, Wednesdays, Sundays, Tuesdays, and Thursdays. I'll do it that way at 6 p.m. every day for those days. I want to go ahead and start tonight. All right, tell you what we're going to do, folks. We're going to start visitation tonight, okay? I'm going to let Dad, we're going to do the first, third, and fifth weekends of the month. This is the third weekend of the month. So Dad is to pick the child up and Mom's resident at 6 p.m. today and return the child at 6 p.m. on Sunday. It's a 2-day thing, so that should work. And I'm going to give Dad I'm going to give Dad standard visitation. I'm going to go ahead and give him spring break. If this is not his spring break, he gets the child for the entire spring break. I'm going to order that the parties use app close. I'm going to go ahead and, ma'am, sir, you're going to need to go to the appclose.com, download AppClose, and now they're charging $8.99 a month. Y'all both to do this at your own expense. For this first month of child support, I'm going to order that Dad pay $250. That's due on the first day of March. And then after that, I'll order temporary child support of the amount of $483 as the state recommended in order to put the child on TRICARE. This is only going to last a couple of months, folks. I'm going to go ahead and look at resetting this matter for a special setting in April, and I'm getting ready to look at some dates for you, Mr. Tanaka, to see when you're available. I only plan on having this. I've heard the majority of this hearing. If anybody needs a copy of the audio, I'll send it over to you. But for right now, I'm going to go ahead and give you some dates in August. And even if I'm out for hip surgery, I will do this hearing myself on Zoom. So this will not end up with Judge Law, because the judge may be getting a new hip by then. So we'll see. But right now, I've got let's see, this is the 20th. So somewhere, I want to do at least 45 days out. So okay, that's. All right, in the second week of April, I have Wednesday. I got both morning and afternoon slots available. Wednesday the 8th. The following week, the 16th of April, I have both my special setting dockets available for the 9:30 and 1:30. So on both those days, or either of those days work for you, Mr. Tanaka?
Unfortunately, I am booked up. Anything after the 21st, I'm sorry.
Okay, so the following week?
Yes, sir. Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Right now, I got okay, let me make sure that's not the special setting day. It is not. I got both the morning slots and the afternoon slots available on the 22nd.
22nd should work for me. Does that work for you, Mr. Sterling? April 22nd, Wednesday.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
The 22nd. Yes, sir.
And Judge, is this for a final hearing or what is this?
Oh yeah, this is set up for final hearing and a final ad litem report and to see how the visitation is going with Dad. If I need to make the transition to the father at that point, I will. But again, I want to make sure this transition is smooth if there is a change. But the bottom line is that I have not completed my decision until I've heard some contradictory testimony, and I want to get this information verified. And the court may have some questions next time around too. But the bottom line is, ma'am, his circumstances are good, and you've got some warts on your circumstances. Understood? But again, the things you testified that kind of contradicted what he said, I want to confirm, and I will attempt to get that done and make sure this next hearing is this one was 4 hours long. Well, maybe because the judge had to take a break. But the next time around, I'll go ahead and set this thing for 3 hours, but I anticipate it's going to be a lot quicker than that. So at this time, like I said, the person that's been assigned to represent the child, and again, after I go over the code and determine under these circumstances, because again, this was a lot like there's a lot of CPS type issues in this case, and I want to make sure that whichever one's the most appropriate for a child this age, under those circumstances, was going to be appointed as either attorney ad litem or guardian ad litem or attorney/guardian ad litem. But the gentleman's name is Isaac Brimhall. And on this, obviously, Mr. Brimhall will contact Mr. Tanaka and go through him. But ma'am, I need your permission to have the ad litem contact you. And if once we get through with this, I'll have you give the state your phone number and your email so the ad litem can contact you. So at this time on the record, do you have a problem with the lawyer contacting you, ma'am?
No, sir.
All right. Now, is there a problem with I'm sending dad over to pick the child up? Can you have the child available to pick up the day? This is the standard visitation weekend. Can you have the child picked up on the will you be at home at 6 o'clock tonight, or do I need to make arrangements around that?
Yeah, I'll be home. That's fine.
All right then. All right then. So I'm gonna have everything ready for him to take with him, bottles, everything like that. I'm not sure what he has in his possession at this time because he hadn't had a child for 8 months. So anything he needs for a 2-day visit, you make sure you make available and give it to him, man, without a problem. All right.
Okay. Yes, sir.
And sir, you make sure you return any items she gives you. Yes, sir, Mr. Tanaka.
So 2 quick clarification questions. One, on the hearing date on the 22nd, did we agree to a morning or afternoon slot? And if so,
I was
what
putting
time
it in
is
the morning, but do you want an afternoon slot, sir?
Morning's fine. Yes, sir. What?
All right,
Yes, Judge.
9:30, same Zoom code.
9:30. Okay. Same Zoom. Okay. Yes, sir.
Right.
What
then
date was that?
The 22nd of August, April, wrong 8 month. 22nd of April, 9:30 a.m., sir.
Great. And then the second follow-up question I had was in regards to child support. So if dad's paying, I think it was approximately 270 as far as TRICARE goes, and if he's ordered to cover the child on TRICARE, I believe that should deduct
All right,
Mr.
the
Gwynn's
amount you
numbers.
did include health insurance, Mr. Gwynn, or did I get that wrong?
I did recalculate. Now I want to make sure my math is good on this. You just said 270 something. I had calculated out, and if you'll allow me time to pull this
And that's
up.
270 for everybody, or 270 just for this one child?
I'm not sure, Mr. Sterling, do you know?
Who else? How many other people on that TRICARE, sir?
I'm sorry, Your Honor. Can you,
How many of your children are still on your TRICARE account?
sir, I carry all my children because they're under 26. I'm still providing for them, sir.
Okay.
Your Honor. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
I believe I had TRICARE till I graduated the year before I graduated from law school. I remember how that works. So, but again, so the other 5 children are all on TRICARE?
Correct. So yes, and I do Prime so that it allows allows them to go to wherever they're able to go
Right.
without
But that 273, that covers the entire amount you out of pocket every for all your kids every month, correct?
Correct. That's that, and then it also will be for dental as well.
All right, so
and
270. He says 270 or 273 for TRICARE for medical TRICARE.
I'm sorry. Were you talking to me, Your Honor?
Yes, sir. I think dental is separate from TRICARE for the medical, correct?
Correct. Dental and vision is separate, and so I lumped dental into the medical, and I didn't include vision. But I was just going to initiate all 3 with Quincy.
All right, so again, we got 4 other children on there, and now we're adding Quincy, so Quincy would be 1/5 of that amount, correct?
Correct. I can't give you a definite answer until I actually go through DEERS and see what that amount will be to add them. But I wasn't able to add them last time until I had an order from the court.
All right, I'll go ahead and let you put that on there, sir. And Mr. Tanaka, I'll look at, and I'll just keep it at a reasonable amount until final order. I'll just go ahead and order. It's a little less than normal because his mom already has health insurance and she's allowed to keep them on that until the final hearing on this. So I'll just go ahead and order him to pay $25 a month for cash medical, and that's probably about half of what it should be going forward. But that should keep that, and I'll just based on that amount, Mr. Gwynn, what would his child support be? Yes, sir, Mr. Sterling.
Your Honor, I just wanted to make sure I was hearing you correctly. So am I allowed to add Quincy, my son, on TRICARE and so
Yes,
forth?
sir.
So okay, all right, I just wanted to make sure.
And I'm not sure. And TRICARE might try to do it. Let Medicaid be primary and they'll be secondary. I know how TRICARE likes that. So yeah.
Yeah. So TRICARE will be his primary, and I'll relay the information to his mom. But I just want to make sure that I'm able to kind of get him on insurance.
Before the court order, sir, that you're ordered to put the child on your health insurance. Okay.
Yes, sir.
TRICARE
Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah. All right.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So what's the new math on that?
I'm sorry, Judge. I think I'm confused. He's ordered to place a child on his medical insurance, but he's also ordered to pay medical support.
Right.
No, sir.
Okay.
No, sir. Just put the child on there. I'm trying to figure out what his child support is going to be based on me ordering, giving him a credit for $25.
Oh, giving him a credit for $25. I got you. Let me run that real quick. I'm sorry, I was confused, Judge. And as far as the credit for dental insurance,
He said he lumped them all together. So he lumped dental with the TRICARE for medical, but he left out the vision because vision is not included. He knows about that. So yeah.
Correct. Yeah. So the dental, yes, sir. Yes, Your Honor, I did. I lumped them in there. It was a $5 difference, but yes, I did, Your Honor.
All right, giving him a credit for $25 for medical, that comes out to $456.
All right, tell you what, I'm going to take it down to 425 because again, I did the math wrong in my head, and so he should be entitled a little bit more. But I'm going to take him down to temporary child support starting the first day of April to 425. The previous amount I went for the March is still there, and we're coming back in April, so that will from that day forward we'll determine whether or not he'll have to pay child support or mom pays child support, and we'll take up the issue of what retroactive child support he may owe mom for that time frame going at the final hearing, no matter what the circumstances are. I'll reserve that for final.
All right, thank you, Judge. And just for clarification, that child support amount for this coming month was set at what? The decreased amount?
I think I said 250. Did I say 250? I didn't write that
That's
down.
what I wrote down. Yes, Your Honor,
Yeah,
250.
250. That's what I thought.
50.
Again, I'm still making him do that deposit for Mr. Brimhall because again, he doesn't sound like he's eligible for the pauper's affidavit, but mom is.
And Judge, on that, does he just reach out to Mr. Brimhall and give that to him directly? I'm a little confused. Sorry.
I'm sorry. No, he's deposit that in with the Bell County District Clerk's office.
Got it. So he just contacts them and case number, and they'll take care of it.
He can make a deposit based for the attorney ad litem, and hopefully they know what that is. But I used to do it back in the good old days, but I haven't made a deposit like that in 20 years. So yes, sir.
Yes, Judge. Okay. And then what's the deadline? I mean, just pretty much ASAP kind of thing, right?
No, I said by March 31st. I want to give him a little time,
March 30th. Okay.
Yeah.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Money's money, and he hadn't budgeted for that. So yeah.
Perfect. Okay. I think that was it from my end.
And like I said, we're going to keep this as streamlined as possible, and get that confirmed. And is there anything else from you, Mr. Tanaka? And then I'm coming to you, ma'am. Thank you.
Nothing from me, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Augustine, questions?
No, Your Honor.
All right, I'll go ahead at this time. I always give mom the choice, so she did the heavy lifting when it came to having the baby. I'm looking at changing the last name to Sterling. Sir, ma'am, do you want it Sterling Augustine or Augustine Sterling?
Sterling.
You want it all Sterling or Sterling Augustine or Augustine Sterling?
Augustine Sterling.
All right, then we're going to go with Augustine Sterling going forward, and that'll be part of the court order. But again, at the end of the day, Mr. Tanaka, if we come back next time and I give Dad custody, he's going to be sole MC, she'll be PC. But the only reason I'm doing that right now is because based on the testimony, it doesn't sound like I can do I can't do them as a joint, but I'm giving everybody all the I'm calling her a sole MC, but I'm giving her and him possessory, but they're both getting their rights under joint going forward. Okay. So Mr. Go ahead and put that as joint, the rights as joint going forward. But if I need to swap them around at the final hearing, I'll do so. All right.
Could you repeat that, Judge? I'm sorry.
All right, she's right now sole managing conservator, he's possessory, but they have both of them until further order of the court, have all the rights under joint management conservatorship. All right, I'm not giving up, but I'm calling her sole and him possessory, and I can switch that around at the final hearing because under the code, based on her criminal conviction, I don't think I can name her as a joint managed conservator. I'll have one of the things I'm gonna have the admin do is get me a copy of her criminal file so I can see exactly what she's been convicted of and make sure what her rights will be going forward, no matter what the circumstances are. Anything else, Mr. Gwynn?
There's not at this time, Judge. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Tanaka.
Nothing at this time, Your Honor. Thank you for your time.
All right, Ms. Augustine, anything else? Any questions, ma'am? I know you're not a lawyer and I just do a lot of lawyer stuff out at you. Anything else, ma'am? All right, everybody, I'll see you on the 22nd of April. Like I said, hopefully I will not be having surgery that week, but we'll see. But anyway, I'll make sure Belinda reminds me, and this is my case, no matter what my medical leave is looking like, and because I've heard this already, and I will send I'm going to make a copy of the hearing to send over to the ad litem, and if either y'all want a copy, Mr. Tanaka, you want a copy of the hearing?
Yes, Your Honor, if you wouldn't mind, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
I'll try to set it up in the cloud. Sometimes that works, and sometimes it doesn't.
Okay.
If it doesn't work that way, so just let me know. I got extra USB lying around, and ma'am, I'll get you a copy also by USB. All right.
Okay.
Thank you so much. May we be excused, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am. Mr. Graham, yours coming. You will do yours by cloud because your system seems to work with ours real well. So probably won't work with Texas. So yeah. All right, thank y'all both very much. Mr. Sterling, like I said, you pick your child up at 6 o'clock this evening and return at 6 p.m. on Sunday. And then you get, since you're not returning your child at 6 p.m. this Sunday, your telephone conversations with the child will be on Tuesday and Thursday. All right. All right. Thank you. Then.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. Thank y'all both very much. And like I said, we'll figure out what we're going to do. We'll make any and all transitions as easy as possible. Again, we're dealing with 2-year-olds and 3-year-olds. Well, not even a 2-year-old yet. So I want to make sure we got our I's and cross our T's. And thank y'all all very much. And you're free to go. We're off the record.
Thank you, Judge. Hope you have a good rest of your day. Hope everyone has a good rest of their day.
Thank you.
And I will have that order disseminated to everyone's email via DocuSign. I'm going to try my best to get that out there before the close of business.
Great. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
And Mr. Gwynn, do you want to take Miss Augustine in the breakout room and confirm her email address and phone number? For
that would be helpful. Thank you, Judge.
All right. You're already still a co-host. So Miss Augustine, you're going to go back and do it. I'll tell you what I can do.
Okay, Judge, I was able to just speak with her. She said that she needed the Zoom code, so I provided that to her. And then she said that the school where her 6-year-old is at called them this morning, just now, I'm not sure when, and let her know that they needed to pick up the 6-year-old because he was having problems at school. So that's all I have.
You know where to pick the child up, or she's already gone?
I asked her how far away the school was. The school is 10 minutes away from wherever she's at. I'm assuming her house, but so if it's a 10-minute round trip, I suppose she could have that completed in 20 to 30 minutes. I would hope.
All right.
Obviously, that's a a big-ish delay. I don't know if the court wants to proceed with.
Well, let's go ahead and see about it. She can be back here by before 10:30. We can work this clock if necessary. So yeah.
Okay, I was gonna say if the court wants to proceed and have her just jump in, I can give her a call.
She's a pro se litigant and she needs to be present. So yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I guess we can talk in the breakout rooms or whatnot. But yeah, so I'll give her a call back and let her know to log in ASAP, basically, and we'll just
tell her if anything past 10:30, then that's going to be a problem.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Is there a 1 o'clock or 1:30 setting?
Yeah, I have a special setting at 1:30.
Okay. Okay. All right. Yeah. I don't believe it'll take. Well, I don't know. I don't know. I don't want to give any time estimate. I think Mr. I did listen to the temporary order audio, Judge. It took a minute to download. It was kind of a funny story. It was like encrypted, and Belinda will have to tell you the whole story. But I was able to finally get it, and I listened to it, and so I do have an understanding of what happened last time. Part of my request is going to be that the court review certain segments of that as part of making any final ruling in this case, if the court feels it's needed, of course. And then I believe one of the two witnesses, I believe,
Let's stay
testified.
with Mr. Grimald. You're actually kind of making an open statement.
Yeah.
All right. Okay.
But
Talk about
anyhow,
things here while we're here. As far as the Zoom is concerned, that's not a problem. But we're going into facts. Yeah. Sorry.
yeah. Anyhow, all right. Well, I guess I'll give her a call back and let her know to just log in as soon as she can, and then I guess we can get started when she shows up, and then.
Yeah, at least we can get started. If we can't finish, we can't finish, but we can get started. Thank you.
Okay. All right.
Everybody take a break, go get a cup of coffee, restroom break, whatever you need, and we'll try to power through this. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Judge.
Okay. I just let I called her back. She answered, and I let her know that she was supposed to log in as soon as she was able to, and if at all possible before 10:30.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Grimald. So at this point, do you need to speak?
Are the breakout rooms open, Judge?
I'm sorry?
Or
What was your question?
oh, can you hear me? I can't hear anybody. Can
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, okay, thanks. Yeah, my volume's weird today. Are the breakout rooms open? Can I talk with Mr. Tanaka and the Mr. Gwynn from the OAG?
All right. Miss Benjamin, that's you?
Yes, sir.
All right, you back home?
Yes, sir.
Okay, then. All right, then we'll go ahead and get ready to get started, then. Just give me a second here. Thank you.
Yeah, I would like to invoke the rule. I think I saw someone else on camera as well.
I'm sorry?
There was someone else in Miss Tanisha's video and that popped up when she was moving, when she was standing. So I just wanted to make sure that the rule was invoked and everyone was excluded from.
All right. Do you have someone with you, ma'am, that's going to testify here today?
No, sir. I just have my kids here.
Okay. That's fine. Thank you.
Well, even still, I definitely want them removed from the. I don't want them necessarily to.
Okay. Then a separate room, ma'am?
No, sir.
Okay. Is there a problem? Was one sick or something?
Quincy is sick.
Oh, that's fine. I mean, he's young enough. He won't understand what's going on.
I'm sorry. I couldn't hear you.
Oh, I said I'm fine with Quincy being in the room with her. He's young enough. He won't understand what's going on.
Okay, then. And the other child, any other children in the house with you, ma'am?
Yes, sir. I have a 6-year-old here.
All right. But he needs to be in a separate. She needs to be in a separate room.
I would prefer a judge.
I'm sorry.
I would prefer that, Judge.
Okay.
Danny, come on so you can go in your room. Come on. Here.
And then, Judge, did you have a copy of all of the?
Did you say something? No, sorry, your phone
Yeah,
was on
sorry, Judge. Did you have a copy of all the exhibits? I started saying something.
there. Just brought up exhibits you sent over, sir. Said there was something else you're thinking about sending.
I don't believe it's going to be necessary, but I may send over a list of the direct payments made by Mr. Sterling, if it's needed. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm probably just going to have him testify about it, but I do have a list of payments that he made.
All right. All right, then. Well, like I said, she gave me what she sent, so let's go ahead and let's get this on the record then. Right back where they need to be. This out of the way.
And then
one Sterling's still present. I think you lost one of your witnesses.
I believe one of Mr. Sterling's witnesses had to step away for work and may log in at the end if available.
All right, then good enough.
But I'll yeah, that's fine. So if I don't believe either attorney is opposed to the admission of the exhibits I circulated yesterday. So to make this hearing a little smoother and make it run a little more quicker, if we could ask whether Miss Benjamin is opposed to any of my exhibits being admitted, that might speed up.
So,
Sorry?
you okay? I'm sorry.
Oh, sure. Oh, yeah. On the record, is that what you said, Judge?
Yeah, we're not on the record yet.
Yes, yeah, okay, yes, of course, of course.
All right. All right, an original petition to establish the parent-child relationship was filed in this matter back in 2024. The temporary orders. Yeah, Ms. Sterling said, well, I'll bring her in a minute since we get through with everything. Anyway, the court will know for the record that, like I said, started as an original petition to sue the effective parent-child relationship. Mr. Tanaka has made an appearance on behalf of Mr. Sterling in this matter. And is present. The court appointed Mr. Bernal to be the enlightenment, and he's present in this matter. And the state is present with Mr. Gwynn. Anyway, we had a temporary order in this matter back from February 20th of this year. I was thinking that's the last order that was done. Okay.
There was a nunc on the beginning of March, Judge.
Sorry?
There was a nunc pro tunc temp order done at the beginning of March.
Okay, I see that now. But that was just a clerical correction. So anyway, that's the order we're operating under at this time. Court will know for the record the parties are present, the attorneys are present. So at this time, I'm going to go ahead and ask the state to make an opening statement at this time. To tell the court what the state's requesting we do here today. This is their cause of action. Then I go to Mr. Tanaka to make an opening on behalf of his client, and then to Mr. Greenhall for his on behalf of his client. Miss Augustine, I do not usually let pro se litigants make opening statements. The lawyers is just trying to tell me what's at issue here legally, and you and lay people don't usually get that right. At the end of the hearing, the court does allow closing statements and arguments, so that's a vast area that you will be allowed to do make your closing statement and an argument that you for what you requested the court to do here today. But like I say, I'll save that for the final. However, if there's a circumstance that the court feels like it might be necessary for you to make an opening statement, or you feel like you need to open it, I'll go ahead and entertain that after the lawyers get through with theirs. So at this time, Mr. You're up. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. State is seeking to finalize this order, but states of the understanding this is very likely going to be or not likely, but there's a potential this is going to be a case of flipped custody. So, largely state is going to defer to the other parties as far as what will lead to the determination of that. However, based on previous testimony from the temporary orders hearing, state is completely prepared with numbers, regardless of what the outcome might be. So.
All right, thank you. Mr. Tanaka.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning. My name is Jonathan Tanaka. I represent the father, Mr. Quentin Sterling, in this matter. The child was born in April 2024. Today, you will hear several concerning facts regarding the child's mother, how she has repeatedly and voluntarily placed the child with other people who are not the parents of the child, even when the child was very young. Gave the child to her ex-husband for some time, her mother, her friend, signed in a POA so that the child could live with my client in May 2025. You will also hear today how she was arrested for leaving her children alone overnight from at least 2:30 a.m. to 9 a.m. in the morning. Quincy was 2 months old at that time. The oldest child left home alone was 7 years old. You will hear how CPS did remove the children from her because of this, and how she is currently on a 5-year felony probation for child abandonment and child neglect. You will also hear today how she has at times completely blocked off my client from having any communication or visitation with a child. We also have concerns about her drinking, using marijuana, not really having a support system. And in contrast, you will hear today how my client has been there for the child and the mother before birth, at birth, and after birth, how he has raised four other children who are doing very well in life and in education. He has a very strong track record of a great co-parenting relationship with the other two mothers. In fact, his ex-wife came here last hearing and testified that he is a great father, does a great job at parenting, no safety concerns, a very safe, clean home, plenty of room for Quincy, and how there's a great daycare next door to his house. Today, we are asking that my client be appointed as a sole managing conservator of the child with the exclusive right to determine where the child lives. This is based off of Texas Family Code 153004. It says in subsection B, again, 153004, that the court may not appoint joint managing conservators if there is a history of past or present child neglect. And that is exactly what has happened in this case. Child neglect. She left not only Quincy, but other young children home alone most of the night. We are asking that mom be awarded a standard possession order visitation schedule with specific days and times for electronic communication. We propose Monday, Wednesday, Fridays, 6 to 6:30 p.m. Central, and that they continue to communicate via app close as they have successfully done. We are asking that she be ordered to pay guideline child support. And we are again asking that the child's last name be changed to Sterling. If that is something that you would order, Judge. And that is all. Thank you very much.
All right, Mr. Atlanta.
My requests are, I'm going to try and be quick about it, but my requests are that the conservatorship switch in this case, that Mr. Sterling be named the sole managing conservator, and Miss Benjamin be named the possessory conservator. That the medical support and dental support be ordered to be carried and provided by Mr. Sterling, or the insurance be carried by Mr. Sterling with medical support request at $58 each month and dental support of $12 each month. I believe that would make child support in this case $280 a month as well. And I believe the state will have questioning on that, or I will have questioning on that as well, to verify all of those numbers. My request regarding the child's last name is that the Sterling be added as the last name. I believe the temporary order already did change his name officially. I'm not sure if Sterling got moved to the middle as a middle name, or if it's a first last name. So just clarification on that. App close is already being used by the parties. I think it should be continued to be used. I do believe a geo restriction to Bell County is appropriate for this case. I am not requesting any retroactive child support to be paid by either parent to the other parent in this case. Possession and access, I think, would be fine as a standard possession order. One of the parties is in Temple and one is in Killeen. I believe that meeting in Belton, maybe at the Belton Sheriff's Office, or a police station there off of Main Street, or Central Street would be appropriate for the case if needed, as a good central halfway location and also a safe and secure location as well. Court costs in this case should be waived due to both Mr. Sterling's prior military service and I believe Miss Benjamin's status as a recipient of 4D services. So court costs should be waived. And then assuming the case is made final today, I would request to be released 30 days after the entry of the order. And that's all I have, Judge.
All right. I just ought to see. I know you're actually for the exact opposite of all those items. So, again, that's why I don't necessarily need an open statement. But the court did. Those are just statements, ma'am. The court gets to make all decisions. So I'm getting ready to go ahead and swear everyone in who's going to testify. I'm going to invoke the rule, which puts Miss Colette Sterling into a separate room by herself. Miss Sterling, it's deal, ma'am. Once you're in the breakout room, you're now allowed to text, call anyone involved with this case. You're not allowed to go on YouTube and watch the case on live video. So again, you're not we want to get a clear and concise and information from you based on what you actually know and something that make sure that it's not something you heard during other folks' testimony that you need to that you might try to might influence you. But anyway, I'm getting ready to go ahead and swear everyone in, and then like I said, I will put you in that breakout room. You're now allowed to discuss this case with anyone except the attorneys until I release you, and I always release the witnesses at the end of the hearing. So at this time, I'm going to ask Mr. Sterling, Miss Sterling, and Miss Augustine all to raise your right hands. And Miss Augustine, you muted yourself. You need to unmute yourself and turn back on your audio and try to find a spot and stay and remain in that one spot, ma'am, if you can. All right, thank you. All right. All right, she is now in that room. So at this time,
I'm happy to start the questioning if Mr. Gwynn and Mr. Tanaka are okay with that.
okay, well,
That's fine with me.
Wins the start, and technically, Mr. Tanaka after that, and you're the tail dog. Well, if you're in my fraternity, you would be the tail dog, Mr. Brimhall, but we wouldn't let you in. Okay, so
if they're okay deferring, I'm happy to go first.
okay. Anyway, so based on that, either you have an objection, Mr. Brimhall, going first, please.
No objections, Judge. For the sake of efficiency, I would prefer to, if I had any questions, I would like to go last. Just
No, I know the attorney
because
general completely, but Mr. Tanaka would obviously have the opportunity to go next. So, and my understanding is you're okay with Mr. Brimhall going. Is that correct, Mr. Tanaka?
Yes, Your Honor, that's totally fine. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Brimhall, go ahead and call your first witness, please, sir.
Okay, before I call Mr. Sterling as my first witness, I had circulated, I believe, 10 exhibits by email to all the parties and the court coordinator. So I'm not sure if all of those were printed out. But if I'm made a co-host, I can share them on my screen one at a time. If that, I mean, I guess I will need to share them all eventually, but I can share them all on screen for the sake of showing them to everybody, if that's needed.
Co-host, correct, sir?
I don't think I'm made a. I don't think I'm made. I don't think I have sharing capabilities, and I don't think I'm. Okay, yeah, okay, good, yeah. Do you want me to share them all on screen, or at least read? So I guess to be specific, the exhibits that I circulated, one was an official jail record obtained from the Bell County Sheriff's Office pertaining to Miss Benjamin. Another is a news article of Miss Benjamin's arrest from the local Fox station. The next 5 are all copies of the official legal documents for Miss Benjamin's felony case. And then I have I have a payment record from the state indicating the payment that Mr. Sterling has made towards his temporary child support. And then there are a proof of health insurance and a proof of dental insurance. So I believe that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 7 and 3. I have 10. Yeah, I have 10 that I would seek to admit up front, and then I might have 2 others that if I need them, I'll go and admit those in isolation later.
Right then, well, it's I've got your exhibits. They haven't been pre-marked as 1 through 10, but obviously we can take care of that. Mr. Tanaka, did you get your copy? And Miss Augustine, did you get your copy? And Mr. Gwynn, did you get your copy of the exhibits?
Yes, sir.
We got it. No objections from us, Your Honor.
All right, Mr.
I've
Green,
received no objections from the state.
add items 1 through 10 coming in.
I'm
Mr.
sorry,
Green.
might have no objections from the state.
All right, Ms. Augustine, I know you're not a lawyer, but do you have any objection to court taking this information into consideration as evidence in this case? The other two attorneys have not have an objection. If you do have an objection, you need to tell the court what the objection is and why you're asking it for it. But at this time, do you have a legal objection, ma'am? You're muted again.
No, sir.
All right, so add items 1 through 10 are admitted. You may proceed at this time, Mr. Brim. I'll call your first witness.
Okay, Judge, for the sake of reference, would the court prefer these exhibits be referred to? Or should I just number them?
Since
Do you
we're
want me to-
doing it online and everybody and they weren't displayed as part of your own screen, then you just refer to the document by the name that's on the document itself, whatever it is. Okay.
Okay, and then I'll number them and send them.
The order you send them out, the order I got it, you number 1 through 10.
Okay.
But you say number 1, number 2, number 3, but identify what the item is. Thank you.
That exactly, yes. Okay, that's precisely what I'll do. Okay. All right, Mr. Sterling, you're my first witness. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. Would you please state your full name?
Quincy Eugene Sterling, senior.
Okay, and now there were two witnesses that were here on your behalf this morning, is that correct?
Yes, sir. My mother, Colette Sterling, and my ex-wife, Nia Sterling, she had to step back out in the classroom. But whenever we need to, she told me just to give her a text and she would step back outside.
Okay. So is she I know she testified at the temporary hearing. Is she gonna be able to testify again today?
Yes, sir. She just needs a heads up so I can just send her a message and let her know. She just wasn't able to secure sub.
Okay. If she's not able to testify today, do you think it would be appropriate and beneficial for the court to re-listen to her or review her testimony from the temporary hearing?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And Judge, I believe the timestamp on that is 13 minutes through 20 minutes on the first recording.
I recall the testimony. I recall the witness of the testimony, Mr. Brumall, but yeah, necessary element. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Sterling, what city do you live in?
Killeen, Texas.
And how long have you lived in Killeen, Texas?
I believe since 1991.
Okay. And is your family also located in the Bell County area?
Yes, sir, they are.
Which family members are specifically in the Bell County area?
I have my mother here. I have my aunt here. I have all of my cousins. I have 2 male cousins and 1 female cousin here. I have my sister that is located here. And that is my immediate family as far as in here, and as well as my kid. Well, yes, sir.
Okay. And how many total children do you have?
5.
And how many of those children are under the age of 18?
18, 3.
And one of those 3 is the child in this case, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So you have 2 other minor children and 2 other adult children, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Regarding your 2 other minor children that you have with your ex-wife, is there a legal order pertaining to those children?
Yes, sir. We have during our divorce, we agreed to joint custody 50-50. And currently our kids, I carry all the insurance, the medical and so forth, and we spend a week on and week off with each other's residents.
I guess what I'm asking is there is a legal order, like y'all have a divorce decree that you follow?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, we do.
Okay. All right.
Apologies.
And y'all are following it to the best of your abilities, is that right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, we are.
And you're co-parenting in a successful manner, is that right?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, regarding the health insurance and dental insurance that you have available for all of your children, but in particular Quincy, what type of health insurance is available to you for Quincy?
Quincy's on the Prime TRICARE Select for retirees, and so essentially, one that established allows him to go to any facility that accepts TRICARE. He does have a primary care provider here locally, but as far as that, yes, sir, that's kind of what it refers to.
Okay. And one of the exhibits that was pre-admitted before the hearing is a letter from the Department of Defense. It's actually addressed to Quincy. I'm assuming it was sent to you, though. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
All right. And it states that Quincy does have coverage through TRICARE. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, it is.
All right. So, Judge, I'm just going to refer to that one as number one, the Department of Defense letter from here on out. So the health insurance is number one. And then I believe you also provided copies of dental insurance cards.
There are in a minute. I'm going to go ahead and where there's not absolutely no confusion. You go ahead and mark those as is, as you're stating them right now, and then you resubmit those to me with your markings on it that way. Because again, I got 10 separate documents, and I'm not sure if they're all in the right order. I'll have you resubmit those to me, and I'll have those as my evidence. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Judge. Yes, I will do that after the hearing. So the health insurance document is number one. The dental insurance document is number two, and I believe this one actually shows that your other children and yourself are also on the same dental plan. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And is that the same case for the health insurance as well?
Yes, sir, it is. It's just when I went to the DEERS enrollment website, it allows you to select all your kids. I just selected one for Quincy.
Okay.
But if need be, I can provide one where they show that they're all enrollment. But I just thought this case needed just Quincy's.
That's fine. That's fine. The cost of the dental insurance, are you paying $70.22 each month for the dental insurance?
Yes, sir.
And again, that covers you and your 5 dependents. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. So that number 70, just rounding down, 70 divided by 6 is approximately $12. Correct?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Give or take. Okay. All right. Are you requesting dental support be set at $12?
Yes, sir.
Okay. It's $11.66, but rounding up 12. Okay. Same for the medical. You're paying, and that's $70.22 is each month, by the way. Is that right?
Correct. Yes, sir. It is.
Okay. And the cost of the health insurance, is it $349.50 each month?
Yes, sir. It is.
And same situation, that covers you and all of your 5 dependents. Is that correct?
Correct. Yes, sir.
Okay. So again, rounding and dividing by 6, 58 is what I have calculated should be 1/6 portion for Quincy. Are you in agreement with that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then I believe that if her testimony is the same from the temporary hearing, that Miss Benjamin will her income, if it is the same from the temporary hearing, her child support would be equal to $280 a month. And that would be paid starting May or June, depending on whatever the court winds up ordering. But are you in agreement with $280 a month?
Yes, sir.
And that you understand that takes into account that she has 4 other children as well?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay. Now, regarding conservatorship, are you asking that Quincy come and stay at your house as the conservator who establishes the residence of the child?
Yes, sir, I am.
Okay. And are you asking that yourself to be actually the sole managing conservator?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, I am.
Okay. And is that in part based on the plea of guilty that was entered by Miss Benjamin in her criminal case?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And
specifically, let's see. There are 5 exhibits, I believe, that pertain to that. but one of the in the indictment, in the indictment that let's just say the indictment's going to be number 3, I guess. The indictment lists that there are 3 counts, and the third count actually pertains to the child in this case, Quincy. And then the order of deferred adjudication, there are 3 of them. The third order of deferred adjudication actually is the order in which that she pleads guilty and to that charge. Is that your understanding?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, regarding your specific information about her arrest, do you recall what day she was arrested?
I believe it was it was either the 4th or the 5th of July.
Okay. My jail record, which is exhibit number 7, shows that she was admitted on July 4th of 2024 and spent 10 days in jail. Is that, you don't have any information or evidence that would say otherwise, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, so on July 4th, do you recall what happened, or I mean, I guess from your vantage point, what happened on July 4th?
Essentially, I received a phone call in the early morning hours, and she had informed me that the police were at her house and stated that she think that her ex-husband or husband at the time had called the police, and we spoke, and she was asking if I was able to come get Quincy, and I told her, yeah, I was able to come get him. I think there was a hiccup because of with CPS, I wasn't on the birth certificate. And after that, she was arrested. The next time we had a conversation was when she was in Bell County.
Okay. So did she call you before her arrest, or were you her phone call from the jail?
It was before her arrest. I believe it was still why KPD was still conducting or surveying what happened, and she was waiting. She told me that they were waiting for CPS to come.
Okay. And were you able to obtain Quincy at that time?
No, sir.
What did she tell you about why the police were there and what all was going on?
Essentially, it was that she had left, and one of her kids had called his dad, and I believe it's something along the lines like she was they were hungry, or that she had left them home, and then after that he contacted police, and she was stating that this was kind of just his way of getting back at her, and that is what happened.
Did you talk to any police officers that night or no?
I did not. I did not go to the scene, no, sir.
Okay. Do you know what happened to Quincy and all the rest of her children? Or, I mean, I guess in particular Quincy, because he's the subject of the case. But do you know what happened to the children?
Yes.
Testify to what the mother has told you or something you saw as an eyewitness. You cannot testify to anything someone else told you, that even if it was the DA's office or the sheriff's department or KPD, that's still hearsay. So only what the mom told you or what you actually saw, sir. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Yes, Your Honor.
Did the mom tell you where the children went?
Yes, sir. So she told me that the CPS had picked them up, but her ex-husband, excuse me, was coming from Louisiana to pick the kids up while they were in custody, or while they were in CPS custody.
Okay. All right. Let's step back a little bit from that. Quincy was born April. He'll be 2 in about a week. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And this incident in question happened when he was about little over 2 months old. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And okay. And your understanding of the situation is that Miss Benjamin stepped out and left her other children in charge of Quincy. Is that right?
Correct. Yes, sir.
And do you know the age of the oldest child that was left in charge?
Believe it was 7 years old, sir. I believe out of there were 3 kids there. I believe the oldest was 7.
Okay. All right. Okay. Now, did regarding so regarding your relationship with Quincy prior to this incident, what was your relationship like with Quincy and Miss Benjamin?
Prior to this, I would say it was mutual. I was able to see Quincy. I would say roughly anywhere in between 1 or 2 times a month. I was there when Quincy was born. I cut the umbilical cord. Afterwards, I was able to see Quincy from time to time. She would bring Quincy by, and we kind of had essentially a mutual.
Yeah, go on. Sorry.
I was just saying we had a mutual understanding. There wasn't any, I guess you would say, like any friction between the two of us at that time.
Okay. So for those roughly 2 months, if you can recall, how frequently did you see Quincy? Are we talking every week, every couple days?
I think it's safe to say essentially like every other week.
Okay. Was it for an extended period of time or was it just for a couple hours?
For a couple hours.
Okay. And then after this incident, so I guess maybe 6 to 10 times or so, maybe in that 2 months that you saw him. Maybe.
Yeah, I would. Yeah, something roughly around
Somewhere
there.
in
Yes,
the,
sir.
okay. All right. After the incident, what was your involvement with Quincy like? What was it allowed to be? Were there any
After,
restrictions on it?
after that, I wasn't able to see Quincy pretty much at all. She at the time from there when she was released from when she was released from jail from county. I do believe she went into and I'm saying this firsthand because we spoke. She went into a shelter, and at that time she was restricted on when she could leave and where she could go, and the time she had to report back. So I would see Quincy, give or take, maybe once a month or so forth, along that nature. That was up until she finally moved into her own apartment, and I was able to see Quincy a little bit more then, and that was at the time where she actually, I believe it was in May. As a matter of fact, it was May because it was the week of my birthday, where she assigned a power of attorney. She was dealing with some mental health issues and things like that, and she needed a break, and she allowed Quincy to come live with me, and that lasted for less than a week.
Okay, so Quincy actually lived with you for less than a week, and that was in 2025 or 2024?
2020. Sorry, that was last. Yeah, that was last May.
Okay, all right.
2025.
Okay. And then was there any I believe at the time period you testified that you hadn't seen Quincy for roughly 8 months, is that correct?
That was afterwards, yes, sir. After that event, I hadn't seen Quincy. From after May, I wasn't able to see Quincy anymore. Or I didn't see Quincy.
Okay.
Our communication, that's when she blocked me, and she sent me an email, told me to no longer contact her. If I needed to contact her, I had to call or contact 1 or 2 women, and she blocked me off.
Okay, so prior to the court's temporary order, which was put in place in February of this year, you had actually gone from May of 25 to February of 26 without seeing Quincy. Is that correct or not correct?
Yeah, I think that's safe to say, yes, sir.
Did you see him at all during the holidays, Thanksgiving, Christmas, New Year's?
No, sir.
Okay. All right. Since the temporary order, you were given a number of periods of possession. Specifically, I believe you were just given a standard possession order, but you have had numerous periods of possession since the temporary order. Is that correct?
I want to make sure I hear you correctly. Are we referring to the time that I was from our last time in February that I was supposed to get Quincy?
Yes. So since the temporary order, which was put in place in February, you've had Quincy in your care and possession numerous times. Is that correct?
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir. That's correct.
Okay. And I believe it's at least 5. Does that sound about right?
Yes, sir. I have my calendar here. I'm sorry.
So the first weekend that I have that I want to ask you about is the weekend or dates of February 20th to the 22nd.
Correct.
Do you recall those dates and that weekend?
Yes, sir.
Um, I guess this would have been the first time you had seen Quincy since May of the preceding year. Is that right?
Correct. Yes, that was right after it was initiated. I believe it was the same day we had court. I was picked up Quincy that afternoon.
Okay. And you had him for, I guess, the 2 following overnights and then returned him on the Sunday. Is that right?
Yep. Correct. Yes, sir.
Was there anything, uh, I mean, was it a fine visit? Did it go okay?
Yeah. Yes, sir. It was. Yeah. There was nothing that stood off or that made it friction. As far as it was there when I got to the door, she handed Quincy off, and we went there. I picked him up. Excuse me, and we went home, and that was essentially it. And it was essentially the same thing upon returning Quincy back to Ms. Benjamin.
So there was no fighting or arguing between you and Miss Benjamin during the visit or leading up to
No,
it? Okay.
no, sir. We never. Our interactions has been, hey, he's not feeling well, or here, hello, bye. There was never as much as small talk there. It didn't exceed that. Only talk that we had has been through that.
Y'all use, I was going to ask you about that just here in a minute, but yeah, y'all use the app Close Co-Parenting app, correct?
Yes, sir, we do.
And y'all y'all connected on that. Do you recall when you first connected on that?
I believe I downloaded the app that Friday that we were instructed by court, and I believe it was that, if I'm not mistaken, it was that Friday. I initiated it, went through there. I believe she was a little bit later connecting, but from there, that's as all communication been through. There's been no outside communications, phone, text messages, FaceTime, or anything outside of that app.
Okay, yeah. So y'all signed up on the first available day. Is that right?
Yes, sir. And I can pull up
That's
our
fine.
conversation and
That's fine. That's fine. In your app close messages, if we were to admit them, they're not admitted into evidence, but if we were to admit them into evidence, would the court see any swearing, profanity, anything of unkind or violent nature between the two of y'all?
nothing on my answer. There will be
Okay.
no. I can testify. There's no swearing or anything like that.
Okay.
And that was.
No F words, no N words, no
Oh,
name,
no, sir.
no name calling, nothing like
No,
that.
sir. No,
Okay.
nothing at all.
Would you characterize the communication you've had with Miss Benjamin to be professional, courteous, and organized
Are we referring to my end or just in general?
in general?
I think it's safe to say, for the most part, it's been mutual. It's been decent. Even there are times frustration, but other than that, no, nothing outlandish.
Okay, all right. Let's move on to the next time you saw Quincy. I believe from that visit in February, your next one wasn't until the first weekend in March. Is that right?
Correct. It was March 6th. Originally, when we spoke, I got him on the 20th, and we spoke about getting him on the 27th. And then I sent a message to her on the app close that she asked was I going to get him this weekend. And originally, I said yes, and then I backtracked and I told her I want to stick to.
Hold on a second. Hold on. So the first period of possession you had was February 20 to February 22, right?
Correct. Yes, sir.
Okay. And so I just want to make sure I'm not confused. Are you saying that y'all had talked about extending to the 27th of February?
Oh no, my apologies. No, we had I had messaged her. She asked if I was going to get him next week, and I originally said yes. And then I reverted back and I told her, hey, I want to stick to the court orders, which stated I was supposed to get him the first Friday of the month. So that put us March 6th, and that's what we had.
Okay, I see. So your next visit was the first weekend of March, starting on Friday the 6th and ending on the 8th. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay, regarding that visit, was there anything anything noteworthy or dramatic or anything the court should know in particular about that visit?
No, sir.
It was just a good time, normal visitation with you and Quincy, correct?
Correct. Yes, sir.
Okay, all right. So let's move on to the next one then. I believe the next time that you had him was for the spring break. Is that correct?
Correct. Yes, sir.
And do you recall the time period?
Yes, that was spring break. I was able to pick Quincy up on the 19th and that Thursday after school, and went all the way until the following. I returned him on the 20. I believe I returned him on Saturday the 28th. I'm sorry. I'm thinking of Thursday before. I apologize. No, that was from the 20th all the way until the 29th.
From the 20th to the 29th?
Correct.
Okay. You didn't have him on the third. Well, were y'all using, which school calendar were y'all using to determine spring break?
KSD and Temple, they're the both same spring breaks.
They both have the same spring break?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
They all extended it Monday or Tuesday after spring break the next week. They kind of made it a 10-day deal. All Colleen, Temple, and Belton all did that. I'm thinking one did 9 days and the other one did 10, so it's longer than a week. That's why he's getting those days, Mr. Riball. I was
Okay.
aware of this thing.
Okay. So you had him for more than a week for spring break. Did y'all have a good time? Was it a fun spring break?
Yes, sir. Very enjoyable. It's always
And
good time with Quincy.
Okay. And you're employed by the school district, is that right?
That's correct.
So you actually had the same time period off as well, is that right?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you recall any incidents either picking up or dropping off Quincy, or any kind of fighting or encounter or other dramatic or you know, any kind of violent incident, anything like that?
No, sir. No, sir.
Okay. Okay. Just, yeah, these are all the kind of basic questions. I'm going to ask you these same kind of questions about all of these different windows of period, but I guess,
Was there ever any? Let's not go through every one of them. Okay.
okay. There's only two.
About another 30 days. So let's
Yeah. There's only been two more. Is that right? Two more periods?
Yes, sir. It was on Good Friday, and then on the 17th of April. April 3rd, I'm sorry, April 3rd, and then on the 17th. April 3rd was the day we were out of school, so I actually picked Quincy up a day before, pertaining to the court order that allowed me to pick him up that Thursday since there was no school on Friday.
Okay. And so the last two visits that you had, again, anything noteworthy that the court should know about or hear about? Any arguments, fighting, police encounters, anything like that?
No, sir. The only thing was that on Saturday, I contacted her and asked her, excuse me, when I picked him up that Thursday, I asked if I could drop him off a day earlier rather than Sunday. Can I drop him off Saturday? And she agreed, and that was it.
Okay. All right. So all of the periods of possession that you've had since the temporary order have been fine or great or normal by all accounts.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Now, if Quincy is placed with you, going forward, essentially what you've been doing for the last 2 months, Ms. Benjamin will be doing going forward. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Is that kind of what you're asking for, is for y'all to switch places, swap places?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. And you're okay with her having a standard possession order, which would give her the Friday to Sunday that you used to have?
I'm okay with that. Yes, sir.
And the Thursdays that you used to have?
Yes, sir.
And then obviously in the summertime, there's there's a whole chunk of time in the summer for 30 days. Is that, you're okay with that as well?
Correct. Yes, sir. Just the only thing I would ask is that she be respectful as I did. I acknowledged her. I was supposed to by court orders to let her know before April 1st of which chunk of time that I want to, the 30 days, and just kind of ask that in return, just so when it comes to making plans as far as going to water parks or anything like that, I can plan around that.
Okay. So yeah, obviously we're past April.
Based on under Texas law, they have to do it before the first. If they don't, it automatically goes. So they have that option of doing it, sir. So I can't order them to automatically go ahead and pick the dates they want. Okay, because under Texas law, they have the option of doing it when they want to.
Yeah. So I think, Mr. Sterling, are you asking that she just be given some window of time to pick her 30 days since we're already past the 1st of April?
Well, yeah, I just want to say, so I originally selected, so I messaged her and told her I will pick him up the first 30 days in June. So I just want to make sure like that's not going to coincide. That won't be an issue, just because of the plans that I have for the summer. But other than that, there's no pushback or need.
I'll leave it as is, and next year y'all can work it out or just follow with the dates as they fall. But right now, I would go with the dates of summer visitation you already set up, sir. Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right,
Okay.
thank you.
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So, all right. So I think I got it, but you already have some things planned in June when you already designated your time.
Correct.
Okay. So you're just asking that if the court changed custody, that Miss Tanisha not pick any days that coincide with your previously scheduled events.
Correct. Yes, sir.
Oh, I understand. Okay. I understand. All right. Regarding, electronic communication, the temporary order had some electronic communication for 30-minute chunks, I guess up to 30 minutes, 3 days a week, Sunday, Tuesday, and Thursday. Is that your understanding?
Yes, sir.
And that's for both of y'all, for whoever doesn't have the child gets the 30 minutes, correct?
Yes, sir.
Have you all been doing that? And if so, by what app or what method have you been using to call each other?
We've been using the app Close to communicate, and for the most part, it's been relatively a smooth process. There's a time where I messaged her and I just asked her, if when we had those conversations, if I'm able to see Quincy that he's in a suitable environment, because, for example, there's been a couple of times where he's been at the park and at the time, you have a 2-year-old or finna be 2-year-old, it's going to be hard to kind of, she's chasing around with the phone, and I understand, but, he's a child. So I just kind of asked if for those 30 minutes, if we could just kind of be in a suitable situation to where I could at least just say bye. And I understand that 30 minutes is a long chunk of time. And so we relatively got to understanding that, if it was 10, 15 minutes, that was good enough.
Yeah. Okay. So y'all are doing great on that. Are you asking that continue?
Yes, sir. I'm fine with that. Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Now regarding the temporary child support, one of my exhibits, I'll go ahead and number it, number 8, is the payment record that was obtained from the Office of the Attorney General. And I can show it on screen. Let me show this one on screen. Let me pull it up. Technology issues. Hold on a second. Okay, this is the payment record that was obtained from the Office of the Attorney General. It's been pre-marked or pre-admitted. I'm going to obviously mark this as number 8.
Popping up yet, Mr. Bimal. I got my copy. I'm looking at it, but it's not popping up on the screen yet.
Oh, can you see this on my screen?
It's there. It is there now. Thank you.
Oh, okay, good. So, number 1, I want to point out 2 things. Number 1, you made a payment on or about 4/17/2026 in the amount of $700, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, the other thing I wanted to point out is I believe the NUNC changed the child support amount from March to $250 instead of $425. And so the payment record actually reflects that you're behind by, I believe it reflects you're behind, but you're actually paid ahead, correct?
Correct. Yes. So originally the original case the original orders that came through stated that it was 425. But when we were in court last time, Your Honor said that because I paid I was required for the $500 for you, that he would offset that and lower the child support payment for that month to 250. And then that order was later amended and changed, and so that's what I was referring to you and my lawyer as. Or excuse me, I was referring to my lawyer as well.
Right. So the original temporary order contained an error which had 425 starting in March. The 425 was supposed to start in April, and March is supposed to be a one-time 250 payment, correct?
Correct. Yes. Yes. Yes, sir.
And that's what the corrected temporary order from March actually says, correct?
Yeah. Yes,
Okay.
sir.
So the amount listed here, it shows that you're 150 behind. You're not actually 150 behind. You're actually like $25 paid ahead, correct?
I believe so. Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. That's all I wanted to note about that. Regarding regarding your residence, what type of dwelling do you have?
I have a 4-bedroom, 3-house. Excuse me, 4-bedroom, 2.5-bathroom house.
Okay. And are you the sole owner of that residence?
Correct. Yes, sir, I am.
And how many total individuals are living in the house, including yourself?
It's in this case it would be 3. I have my daughters from joint custody. My 2 daughters, Chase and Charlie.
Okay. And your daughters are there, is it every other week or every other so many days?
It's every other week. Yes, sir.
Okay. So it's you and then your daughters are there part-time, half-time, something like that?
Half time. Yes, sir. Every other week. Yes, sir.
All right. And so if Quincy is there, it would just be you and Quincy and then your other two, however often they're there, correct?
That's correct. Yes, sir.
Okay. And you said that there are 4 bedrooms. One of those is yours, correct?
Correct. Yes, sir.
And then are the other 3 bedrooms designated for your 3 minor children?
That's correct. Yes, sir.
All right. Okay. And you have a working motor vehicle, is that right?
Yes, sir, I do.
All right. And you have an active driver's license?
Yes, sir, I do.
Do you have any prior criminal convictions after the age of 18?
No, sir.
Okay. Have you ever been involved in a CPS claim for abuse or neglect?
I wasn't involved with it. Miss Benjamin filed a case against me about abuse, and the case was thrown out for lack of evidence, and that was the only issue that ever happened.
Okay, CPS like came and showed up and then sent you a letter to rule out the claim.
Oh, yes, sir. Yeah, yes, sir. She sent a documentation. Miss Benjamin had posted. She had posted online essentially that stated that I was able to work around children and had a case against me. I referred it to Miss Candy Ware, who's a CPS officer at the case. She then emailed my administration, told them that there was no such case happening and it's been dismissed, and that these allegations were false.
Okay, all right. Okay. All right. Let's see. Let me look at my list real quick. Regarding your, I understand you can't predict the future. No one can, but to the best of your ability, do you have any intention over the next, let's just say, a couple of years to leave Bell County?
No, sir, I don't.
Okay. Your intention is to reside within Bell County, is that right? Or within the Central Texas area?
Yes, sir.
If the court put in place, or rather kept in place, because there already is a geographic restriction in place to Bell County. Do you know what I mean when I say the phrase geographic restriction?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay, so there's already a geographic restriction to Bell County. If that was kept in place to just Bell County and Bell County only, are you in agreement with that, or would you request any change or modification to that?
We need to start speeding this up a little bit, sir. It's already 11:30. I know we got started late because of the incident with the illness of the child. but we do need to get to some other witnesses, and we only probably got about an hour and 15 minutes left to do that. So let's try to speed this one up, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. Yes. Okay. I guess two more questions in general. Regarding the geographic restriction, are you okay leaving it in place, or are you requesting any modification to it?
No, sir, I'm fine with that.
Okay. And then have you ever served in the United States Armed Forces?
Yes, sir, I have.
Okay. And which branch and what years?
The United States Army from 2009 to 2012.
Okay. I will pass this witness so other attorneys can question.
All right, Mr. Knock, I'm gonna go with you first, sir. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Judge. Sir, a couple of quick questions for you, and I'll try to be brief. And if you can keep your answers succinct, I think that would be great for everybody. Let's see here. So, Mr. Brimhold touched on the July 2024, Tanisha leaving the child unattended. Question is for you, have you ever known her to do something like this before on other occasions?
I have. Yes, sir. Where she would just step out and left it to her children. Yes, sir.
Okay. How long would she leave the children unattended that you saw?
I can't give an exact amount, but for an extended amount of time.
Couple of hours, couple of minutes,
Yeah, I think that's fair to say. I think that's a fair assessment.
couple of hours.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And give me a ballpark number. Did this happen like 5 times, 10 times, 30 times? What are we talking?
2 to 3 times.
Okay. Got it. All right. And let's briefly talk about this. I know we talked about it at the temp orders a bit, but so Mr. Brimhold touched on, she drafted a POA that she thought would give you custody of Quincy. Did she also pass Quincy around to other individuals in her life?
Yes, sir, she did.
And just kind of give me a brief snapshot. Who are those individuals that she gave Quincy to?
Well, she initially said earlier that she gave Quincy, when she was going through some emotional issues, that she gave Quincy to her mom. She allowed Quincy to go live with a friend by the name of Key that we spoke about last time in court. She allowed him to go to her, as well as another friend when she was dealing with some mental issues.
Yeah, and speaking of mental issues, I kind of want to dive into that a bit. So tell me what that exactly entailed. Was it depression? Was it like bipolar? Any idea what that was?
From our communication that we've had, it was more so depression. She said she just was going through a lot right now. She couldn't, the situation with her being shelter and the instability of the home and so forth. And she just, it was a bit much for her at the time. And that's when I kind of advocated more, Quincy can come live with me until you get on your feet, until you get situated, and we can move from there and play that by ear.
Sounds good. Was she ever suicidal? Did she ever express suicidal tendencies to you?
To my understanding, no, sir.
Did she ever threaten harm of herself or the child?
No, sir. Not to my understanding.
Do you know if she got medications to help treat the depression?
I do know that she was seeing someone. I can't speak on if she was actually taking medication and so forth.
Okay, no problem. And to your knowledge, she previously was divorced, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and does she have custody of all kids from that marriage? Do you know?
I have seen the kids there from our video conference. I'm not sure if she has all of them, but she stated that she does have all of the kids. I haven't physically myself. I have not seen all the kids in her present or in her space.
Okay, got it. So, and you also have other children, correct?
Yes, sir, I do.
Briefly tell me and the judge and everyone else here how they're doing as far as life goes, education goes, if you could, just very briefly.
Yes, sir. So my oldest son is currently going to technical school and currently working out. My daughter is technically a junior right now at North Dakota State University studying biology. My next daughter from her is a current honor roll National Honor Society member at JD at a middle school here. And then my youngest daughter is also AB honor roll student here at the elementary that my wife currently works at. Oh, excuse me, I apologize. My ex-wife currently works at.
Mhm. Great. So, I mean, I would say it's probably fair to say that all of your other children are thriving as far as academics go. Is that a fair assessment?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And, we talked to your ex-wife last hearing, but I'll ask you again. I mean, do you have a very good co-parenting relationship with your ex-wife?
Oh, for sure. Yes, sir, I do.
And she's spoken very highly of you as well, correct?
Yes, sir.
Um, are there any issues that she has with you?
No, sir.
How do you help your children as far as academics go, would you say?
Well, first and foremost, as I said before, academics is the foundation of what I believe in. I also believe that having a piece of paper that states, higher education will open more doors than not having one will. So I'm very stickler about the grades, on their grades, constantly about homework, missing work, and things of that nature. So
Okay.
education is a priority.
Yes, sir. And I guess diving into like the nitty gritty, do you help them out with homework?
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir, I do. Anything
Great.
they need. Now, when it comes to math, that's not my strong suit, but I can do what I can.
Yes, sir. And extracurriculars, if they're involved in those, do you attend those with your children?
Yes, sir, I do. My oldest daughter is currently right now playing tennis at JDA. She actually has a honor roll award ceremony at 150 today. My youngest daughter's in gymnastics, and so yes, sir, I do.
Right. And you attend all the parent-teacher meetings?
Correct. Yes, sir, I do.
Perfect. Okay. And do you have reliable transportation
Yes,
for
sir.
Quincy? Okay.
Yes, sir, I do.
And does he have his car seat?
Yes, sir. He has a car seat. Yes, sir.
Are you on any governmental assistance of any kind?
No, sir, I'm not.
Okay. And would you say you're financially able to provide for Quincy's needs?
Yes, sir, I am.
So we talked about, medical insurance. I want to touch on just medical issues, kind of the opposite aspect. Are there any ongoing medical issues that Quincy is diagnosed with or struggles with?
Yes, sir. Diagnosed with asthma, but he's had an ongoing respiratory issue since he's been a few months old, and so that's kind of one of those things. Definitely want to get to the underlying issue about, but yes, sir, he has.
Okay. And what steps are you personally taking or have taken to address the respiratory issues?
As far as that, communicating with Ms. Benjamin in regards to how he's doing, I've secured my own breathing apparatus on my own. So when he's in my possession, that he has that. I've talked to Mr. Brimhall. My steps for there is once he's in my possession to go get him a full body scan and to get him with a pediatric respiratory specialist to kind of get to the bottom line of what's with the ongoing issues.
Okay. And do you attend all the medical appointments, follow treatment plans, that kind of thing?
I have not been invited to any medical appointments or anything of that nature, but moving forward, if I am, I will be there.
Okay. So has Miss Benjamin been the one to initiate that treatment then, or have there just been no appointments at all at this point?
My understanding, there's only been emergency room visits.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah.
Do you have any concerns with the way the child's mother handles?
Mr. Sterling, are you aware of does the child have a treating pediatrician?
I'm sorry, sir. I'm sorry, Your Honor. Can you repeat?
Does the child have a pediatrician at this time that you know of?
Not to my understanding. I do not know.
Okay. Okay. I was thinking that where you were talking, I thought they already had one. So, okay. Thank you. You may proceed, Knocker. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. And again, Mr. Sterling, ideally, I would imagine you would have wanted to get this set up, but really until February, you really had just no access at all to the child, correct?
Yes, sir. That's true.
And you were blocked and no communication with mom, right?
Correct. Yes, sir.
So even though, deep down you wanted to be involved, get your son on, the necessary health protocol, you just had no ability to do so, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Given that, given what you know of how child's mother's handled things, do you have any concerns with her methodology of treating his respiratory issues?
I believe more could be done. I think there's like an issue where you kind of get to the bottom line as far as in what's going on. Right now, it's just kind of been the asthma pump and things like that. But as this has kind of just been an ongoing issue, and I just feel like there's more to the situation that maybe we're not, we're not scratching beneath the surface of it.
Is there an issue with nebulizer use for your son?
As far as Maya know, she has her nebulizer use that she uses, or her and the daycare uses when he starts coughing. And I end up purchasing my own nebulizer just to have it here. But I know she uses it every day. My understanding that because it contains a steroid, that it wasn't supposed to be used often like that. But that was just from my understanding.
Okay. Do you personally know if she uses marijuana?
My understanding, yes, sir. We've had
Okay.
interactions about it, yes, sir.
Okay. And how do you know that? Have you personally witnessed her do that?
Because she.
Wait a second. I'm sorry. My mic. So again, testify to only eyewitness information or what she told you. All right. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Sir,
So this has been
go
our
ahead.
communications through. I'm sorry. This has been our communications through text message where she asked me.
Okay. Have you ever personally seen her use marijuana?
I have not.
Okay. Have you ever seen her drink alcohol?
Yes, sir. I have.
Okay. Does she ever drink to the point of being intoxicated in your estimation?
Not to the point where blacked out, but to the point where she consumed a certain amount of drinks. Yes, sir.
Tipsy?
Yes, sir. I think that's fair.
Okay. Have you ever known her or seen her attempt to drive while tipsy?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How often has she done that?
It was a few times where she's left my residence where she's been drinking.
Okay. Have you ever known her to drive with the child while tipsy?
Yes, sir. There was one occasion to where she texted me and told me that she was under the influence and asked if I can grab Quincy. She drove to my house and I was able to take Quincy, and then she remained outside until she was able to drive.
Okay. Okay. And have you encouraged her, not to engage in that kind of behavior?
Yes, sir.
And I guess the flip side, do you also drink alcohol?
I do. Yes, sir. I do. I do
Okay.
occasionally or weekends and so forth. Yes, sir.
Sure. And do you also drink to the point of becoming intoxicated or tipsy?
No, I have a couple of drinks and I kind of cut it off there.
Okay. Let's kind of jump to the visit since the temporary order hearing. I think Mr. Brimhall covered the bulk of that. Just a couple of quick follow-up questions on that. So has the child's mother given you additional time in addition to what was ordered by the judge?
On one occasion she has, and that was most recently this past weekend. I asked her if had a family celebration. We were cooking, and I asked her if I could keep him an extra day and return him to daycare, and she allowed that.
Okay, great. And let's talk about, Quincy. Do you think that Quincy enjoys seeing you, getting to visit with you?
Yes, sir. I think the first visit was because we hadn't seen each other so long. He's reluctant, cried a little bit after that. It's been several occasions where when I go and pick him up, he runs out the door. It's been several times, and it's been a test this when when we got off the phone, she's called me back and said he wanted to continue talking to me,
Nice.
or was crying because we've had that. But yes, I believe, like I said, you can ask the witness that as far as the communication and how he is with me I think he's definitely been very attached and so forth.
Great. And so, I mean, you kind of touched on this, but you even think he's sad when it's time to go or time to stop talking on the phone, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Does he cry?
Or he has cried. There's been a couple occasions where he's cried, like I said, when we got off the phone and she's called back and said he didn't want to get off the phone, he wanted to keep talking. And so, yes, sir.
Okay. And during those times of visitation, what do you both enjoy doing together?
A variety of things, from going out to the park, we're going out shopping, getting ice cream, figuring out that he's not a big fan of some ice creams.
Okay.
Just kind of your normal day things, especially working with him now.
Right.
on letter recognition, sound recognition. It's been a lot of that. I've kind of
Nice.
purchased a lot of items as far as in educational purposes and so forth. Just trying to be able to
Awesome.
get him to, locate some of the things that he's supposed to do at that age, as far as in, body parts, letter recognition, and things of that nature.
Okay. Are there any concerns with the child's appearance or health condition at the start of your visits when mom drops him off, or do you pick up?
No, as far as, and I think it's safe to say it's a personal preference when I pick him up, as far as in, how he looks and so forth. And so, but I've done to where make sure that he's neatly groomed and he returns back, that he has, clean shoes, clean clothes, and things on that nature when he returns
Okay.
back.
Great. So now, also in the temporary order hearing, judge ordered a name change. Have you run into some difficulty in getting that updated?
Yes, sir. So I've made numerous contacts since the initial court order. As far as in the name change and birth certificate, she responded to me that she said it takes 68 weeks and so forth. And that, however, last week I reached out to her and I said, hey, we have a court within this certain amount of time. Can we get this done? I went up and printed the documentation myself. I've asked her to meet me in Killeen and meet me in the Belton to sign the notification in front of a notary. And it's just been roadblock after roadblock as far as getting it done. And so I was able to add Quincy to my insurance. However, as I explained to Mr. Brimhall, the hiccup is that once the name change goes in place, then I have to now take time out of my schedule to go back and go through the whole situation again, because his name will be updated and changed. But yes, I've reached out on multiple occasions, and it's documented in the app post as far as, hey, can we get this going? Hey, what's the status of this, and so forth. And to this day, I literally have the documentation right here on my desk, ready to just get it notarized. Because we both have to be there for the name change.
Okay, so tell me exactly what you need from her. What do you need?
I just need her.
Sorry. He's not using the court order to get the name changed?
No, sir, because the directions on here when it comes to the name change requires that both parties sign in front of a notary in order to get the birth certificate changed and updated. But as far as this is,
court order does that also. So unless they change the law,
and so I went through it, and when I looked at box 3, it literally gives you a check by check, and it says that when it gets that, both parents have to sign in front of a public notary for that to get changed.
Okay, all right. Again,
and so I went to the district.
Personally, so but there may be a different form. But go ahead. I'm sorry. Let's go.
Okay. So I went to the district clerk to get a certified copy of our records, and she confirmed that both individuals had to sign in front of a notary, and this was last week.
Okay, so all we need from mom is for her to show up in person and to sign and notarize, correct?
That's it. Correct.
Okay.
I mean, I'm gonna
go ahead.
I was gonna say, I told her I will pay for the certificate changes so we can get it to the Social Security office and so forth. But there's been no movement on her end regarding that.
Okay, couple of quick questions. I know we're running out of time.
Yes, sir.
Be succinct, but why do you believe that it is in Quincy's best interest for you to be his primary caretaker?
When it comes to, I believe that it's best for both parties of Quincy to be in my primary care, just because as far as in the services I can provide to them, the stability as far as in the home living situation, the foundational principle of education. I believe right now there are no restrictions as far as in transportation, housing, and things like that. Quincy will be in his own environment, and just because I've done this before, I raised my son. I'm currently raising my daughters. I know personally, like I said, I can provide everything that Quincy needs as far as in that. And it's just in a situation, when it comes down to what's best for Quincy, I believe I check every box. I don't believe there's a box that I do not check when it comes to having a foundational living situation, the principles, financial, the income, the situation, whatever it needs. And I believe I check every box for that when it comes to their respectful. I've always had great communications with her. I just check all those boxes where I think there's a lot of things on her end that she falls short of, and whether it's a living situation, financial, you name it.
Got it. Okay, and then just a couple of quick yes or no questions. Are you asking that the judge appoint you as sole managing conservator of the child with the exclusive right to determine the child's residence, with a geo restriction to Bell and contiguous counties.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And are you requesting child support from the other parent?
Yes, sir.
And cash medical and dental?
Yes, sir.
And are you requesting a standard visitation schedule, the standard possession order?
Yes, sir.
And do you believe that your requests today are based on the child's best interests?
I do. Yes, sir.
Great. No further questions, Judge.
All right. Thank you very much. Mr. Gwynn, your witness.
State has no question for
I'm
this witness.
sorry, Mr. Gwynn. Miss Augustine, after Mr. Gwynn gets through with his question, you're your own legal rep, so you are allowed to ask questions of Mr. Sterling also. So if you want to start getting prepared with any specific questions, go ahead and do so at this time, ma'am. And if necessary, we can, this is probably not going to end the day because of us getting started a little late. We can always recall him as a witness, but for right now, if you have any questions after Mr. Gwynn gets through, I'll allow you to ask them. Thank you. You may proceed, Mr. Gwynn.
All right, see,
You may proceed, Mr. Gwynn. Sorry. Thank you.
thank you. Any questions the state has would otherwise have already been covered by today or previous testimony, so no questions for this witness at this time.
All right, then, Ms. Augustine, do you have any witness questions of Mr. Sterling at this time, ma'am, that you can think of?
Yes, sir.
Okay, what's your first question, ma'am? I always have lay people running by me first. What's your first question?
How many kids do you have?
All right, mister, how many children do you have, sir?
5.
So you don't have 6 kids?
5.
Okay, name your children, sir. Thank you.
Quinn Eugene?
In Dallas, right?
No. That's speculation that she has with some other person, but no.
I'm sorry. Again, you have been legally found to be the father of any other children, correct, sir?
No, sir.
All right, you may proceed, Miss Augustine.
You said I have text you asking for marijuana. Are you able to provide those text messages?
Yes, I can.
Can you provide it?
Yes. I just need to know how the court needs to. Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am, I can.
And you said that your last time seeing Quincy was in May, right?
What?
You talk about
Correct.
May 25 now, when that incident, that time frame?
The last time he saw Quincy was in July.
His testimony was, ma'am, that he saw Quincy in May of 25 and then didn't get to see him for 8 months. What's your question, ma'am?
Have I not ever invited you to take Quincy to his doctor's appointments?
Okay.
No. You've asked me, was I able to pick you and him up there? And at the time, and I told you it was a last minute notification, and that was the only time that you instructed. That would happen one time where you texted me that you weren't able to get a ride, and it was within 30 minutes. And I told you I need more heads up time prior to that. That was
I
the
had a
exact
car at
response.
the time. You told me you forgot.
Ma'am, you're asking questions now. You're not commenting. Now, sir, just finish the question. Stop. All right. Thank you. What's your next question, Miss Augustine?
You stated you don't know that Quincy have a pediatrician already?
Correct.
All right, ma'am, you'll be able to testify to that when it's your turn. Next question.
That's it.
All right, thank you very much. Anything else on redirect, Mr. Brimhall?
I'm going to be really fast. I just have 3 quick questions. Mr. Sterling, I just need like a true or not true on all 3 of these questions, okay?
Okay.
Did you pay $700 to Miss Benjamin before the birth of Quincy for prenatal expenses or care or other support that she may have needed?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you pay?
True. I'm sorry. I apologize. True.
That's fine. That's fine. Yeah, that's fine. Did you pay approximately $1,012.81 in various electronic digital payments to Miss Benjamin since the birth of Quincy in various amounts?
True.
Okay, so
True.
all the various amounts total that amount I just listed, correct?
True.
Okay, and then finally, you were the one that actually paid for Miss Benjamin's bail, originally in the total of $2,270. Is that true?
True.
And then she reimbursed you $1,200 on or about 7/16 of that same year, 2024, correct?
True.
And so there's an outstanding balance of $1,070 that she owes you or may owe you for the bail you paid. Is that right?
True.
Okay. All right. And you're not asking for any back child support, is that right?
I'm not. No, sir.
And are you requesting that if that you not be ordered to pay any back child support if you are ordered to pay child support going forward?
Correct. Yes.
Okay.
True. Yes, sir.
Okay, that's it. That's all I got, Judge.
All right, Mr. Tanaka.
No further questions, Judge.
All right, Mr. Brimhall, call your next witness.
Okay, I'll call Miss Benjamin, or Miss Augustine as she's listed on screen. Can you hear me okay?
Yes. Yes,
Is
sir.
What is your current legal last name? Is it Benjamin or Augustine?
Augustine Benjamin.
Is it hyphenated or not?
It's hyphenated.
Okay, all right. Do you have okay, so your full name is Tanisha Shanta Augustine Benjamin hyphenated.
Yes, Tanisha Shante Augustine Benjamin.
Okay. Okay. And you are the same person that is identified in all of the Bell County records as Tanisha Shanta Benjamin. Is that right?
Yes. Yes,
Okay.
sir.
And there's been several exhibits already pre-admitted that directly refer to you by that name, including number one, there's a jail record which says that you were booked into the Bell County Jail on 7/4 and booked out on 7/13. Is that right?
Yes. Yes, sir.
Okay. And so you served approximately 10 days in the Bell County Jail. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
All right. And you were indicted on or about October the 23rd, 2024. It was a 3-count indictment. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And all of these criminal documents are in Bell County cause number 24 DCR 90208. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and it's 3 counts because there were 3 children that it was alleged that you had left alone essentially, and intentionally abandoned is what you were charged with, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and that was Mackenzie, Hazel, and Quincy. How old were Mackenzie, Hazel, and Quincy on or about July 4th of 2024?
7, 2, and 2.
And 2 months, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like 7 years old, 2 years old, and 2 months, or a little over 2 months?
Yeah, a little. Well, she was a little over 2 years.
A little over 2. Okay, so 7 years old, 2 years old, and then 0, but 2 months old. Got it.
Yeah.
And all 3 of these counts, you entered a plea for. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And that plea was entered on or about December 11th, 2024. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And I've submitted a copy of that as my exhibit number 4 is what I have it listed as. But you have received a copy of that from me, and then obviously as part of your own from your own criminal defense attorney. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And as part of the plea agreement, on page, I believe it's 5 of the PDF. The pages aren't numbered, which isn't helpful. But I believe it's page 5. It contains a judicial confession that says, upon my oath, I swear my true name is Tanisha Augustine Benjamin. I'm 28 years old of age. I have read the indictment or information filed in this case, and I committed each and every act alleged therein. Do you understand the what you agreed to there?
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Brimhall.
Yeah.
It's in evidence. You don't have to read the documentation. I know what a deferred
Okay.
document. So let's move on. Thank you.
Okay. All right. And then there were 3 subsequent orders, one for each of the counts, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And those were all pleas of guilty, and then you were sentenced to 5 years on deferred adjudication. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And you have is the name of your probation officer Brittany Hanslachek?
Yes, sir. Brittany Hanslick.
Okay. And are you regularly meeting with her?
Yes, sir. I just met with her Monday.
Okay. And to the best of your knowledge, are you on time with the payment of all the different probation fees that you
Yes,
have?
sir.
Okay. Regarding the issue of drug testing, do you recall how many times you've been asked to drug test?
Maybe like 5 times. She just drug tested me Monday.
Okay. So 5 or fewer, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And to the best of your knowledge, all of those have come up clean, correct?
Yes, sir.
They're all UAs, is that right?
Yes, sir.
All right. And you're, as part of the terms of your deferred adjudication, you're not allowed to consume alcohol, is that right?
Correct.
And have you had any alcohol since
No,
your
sir.
put on deferred adjudication? Okay.
No, sir.
You were also ordered to do community service. Do you know how many hours you have done in community service?
No, sir.
Okay. If your probation officer said it was 23, would you have any reason to disagree with her?
23 hours.
23 total hours?
I'll have to disagree.
Do you think it's more than 20?
I think it was more. I know it hasn't been reported for this month yet.
Okay. All right. So it would surprise you that that's what she told me is 23 hours?
Well, she haven't got this month's yet. So
Okay. All right. You're supposed to be doing 10 a month though, correct?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Yes, sir.
Are you receiving mental health services from any individuals?
Yes, sir.
And who is it and who are they through?
Christina Rebels, and she's through Central County Services. And I also see Sophia Franco through the maternity shelter that I was staying at.
Have you missed any appointments with Miss Revels?
No, sir. She had to reschedule me because she had me at an 8:30 appointment, and I can't do 8:30 in the morning.
Okay. All right. Now, I know there was some discussion about this particular topic at the temp hearing in February, and I have reviewed the audio recording of the temp hearing, and I would like to ask you definitively, where did you go on the morning of July 4th on or about 2:30?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Okay. So you left the house in the morning at about 2:30. Is that true or not true?
Not true.
What time did you leave the house?
I don't recall.
Was it before midnight or after midnight?
I think it was before.
Judge, I know she's pled guilty to this, but I would request that the court admonish her if any of these questions are going to implicate her in other crimes, she should be allowed to take the fifth, and the court can make any reasonable inference from her implication of the fifth.
Well, I'm getting ready to cut you off on this one altogether, Mr. Bramall. I got the charges, I got the plea, I got the deferred adjudication, and I know what she did. So why are we rehashing this, sir? What's the purpose?
Neither at the prior hearing or this one has she answered what time she left the children alone or where she went.
Okay, Mr. Bramall. Like I said, she's been convicted of the crime. We know she left. She was charged with it, and she's got deferred adjudication. So let's, well, we're going over items that are already gone over. So let's move on to something I don't know. Okay, thank you.
Okay. I
And again, the
guess,
time. If you remember, I don't care about the time. She
yeah.
did it. There's
No,
no doubt about
yeah.
it. She did it, and she should have done it. All right, so let's move on.
Okay. Okay. All right. Um, all right. Do you have a motor vehicle that's in your name?
Yes, sir.
What's the year of the car?
It's a 2020 Nissan Pathfinder.
Okay. And are you making payments on it?
Yes,
Do
sir.
you know how many months you're required to make payments approximately? Is it like 2 years or a year, or how long?
I think it's 2 years, I think.
Okay. What type of dwelling do you reside in?
I have an apartment.
How many bedrooms does the apartment have?
I have a 2-bed currently, and I'm on the list for a 3-bedroom.
Okay. Do you have any idea about when you will be able to move into a 3-bedroom?
I spoke with someone and they told me soon. That was all they told me.
Did they give you any window of time? 6 months, a year?
No, sir.
Okay. And you have your other 4 children living with you, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And there is it boy, girl, girl, boy? Did I get that right?
I have 3 boys and 2 girls.
Okay. Right, but I'm talking about the other 4 children, not Quincy.
Oh,
So
yes.
what's the order? What's the order? Is it boy, girl, girl, boy?
It's girl, boy, boy, girl.
Okay. Now, I believe at the last hearing you testified that your 2 boys share a room and your 2 girls share a room. Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Has that changed since February?
Yes or no, and not don't go.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
So so uh give me the ages, current ages.
Quincy 1, Hazel 3, Damien 6, Mackenzie is 9, and Kason is 8. Let me go back.
So your 8 and 6-year-old share a room. Is that true or not true?
That's true.
Do they have bunk beds or individual beds in the same room?
They have bunk beds, and Quincy crib is also in the room.
Okay. And is it like a wooden crib or a pack and play?
It's a wooden crib.
Okay. And then your girls, the 9-year-old and the 3-year-old, are in the other room?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is there any litigation pending between you and your ex-husband regarding those 4 children?
No, sir. I have custody of all my kids.
Whether I guess, let me be specific, whether in this state or in the state of Louisiana?
No, sir.
Okay. All right. And he's in Louisiana, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Um, and is it true or not true that he's the one that he was the one that essentially made the call to the police on the
True.
evening you were arrested? Okay. Did he have temporary possession of his 4 children?
No, sir.
Okay. And there was no subsequent legal filing made after your arrest regarding those
No,
4 children? Okay. Um, do you have access to private health insurance?
I have Medicaid, and my kids have Champ VA.
Through your other 4 have Champ VA through their father, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, but not Quincy.
No, sir.
Okay. And dental insurance, how's it provided currently?
It's through my ex-husband.
Sorry, just for Quincy.
Oh, Quincy has Medicaid.
Okay. Um, regarding regarding your where are you currently working at?
A New Day Learning Academy
And how long have you been employed there?
since March the 3rd.
Okay. How much are you making there?
13 an hour.
where were you working in February when the temporary hearing was held?
I wasn't working at the time.
Okay. What was your last job before this current daycare?
I was a server at Marauder Senior Living Facility here in Temple.
Okay. Did you testify previously to making 14 an hour at that employer?
I think so.
Okay. Is 13 at your current job? Is there a window of time you have to work at 13 an hour before you can be promoted?
I think it's a 90-day probation period.
Okay. And then are you expecting a raise in the next 90 days?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Is this a job you intend to work at long term, or is this more of a stepping stone?
Stepping stone.
Okay. What do you ultimately hope to be doing for work? What industry?
Healthcare.
Okay. What type of healthcare? Like as a nurse or
A respiratory therapist.
Okay. Do you know what certifications that requires?
Yes.
Have you started to work on any of those? Or do you have any of those completed?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
I asked two questions. Have you started working on them or have you completed any certifications to get that job?
I haven't completed any certifications yet.
Have you started working on any of them then?
No, sir. I have to sign up for college.
Okay. Do you have any idea about where that's going to be?
Temple.
Okay. And have you actually turned in any enrollment paperwork or application or anything like that?
No, sir, not yet.
Okay. What's your time frame to do that?
Like a month or so.
Okay. Do you know how long the program is?
2 years.
And during that 2 years, do you anticipate working at the daycare or somewhere else?
The daycare.
Okay. So you anticipate that your income will be approximately $13 an hour or thereabouts for the next 2 years?
Yes, sir.
All right. Do you have you're from the state of Louisiana, is that right? Originally?
Yes. Yes, sir.
All right. And how long have you been living in Bell County?
Since 2017.
All right. So for at least the next 2 years, I assume you're going to be within the Bell County area, is that right?
Yes, sir.
All right. You don't have any intention of moving or planning to move outside of Bell County?
No, sir.
All right. Regarding the requests that have been made by the father today, are you in agreement with those or no?
No, sir.
All right. What are you asking for?
The opposite of what he's asking.
Okay, yeah. So you're asking that Quincy stay with you and he continue to have the same schedule and child support from the temp order? Is that what you're asking for? Or are you asking for something different than that?
What's on the temp order?
All right. Do you believe the temporary order needs to be adjusted or modified or changed in any way?
No, sir.
Y'all are using AppClose, correct?
Correct.
And the messages that y'all have shared, Mr. Sterling characterized, I believe, is appropriate and professional or something to that effect. Are those words you would agree with?
Yes, sir.
All right. You and him haven't been name calling or using profanity of any kind towards each other. Is that right?
That's right.
All right. Regarding your ability to co-parent, um, going forward, regardless of the result of this hearing, uh, do you believe you will continue to be able to co-parent in the way you have been, regardless of the outcome?
Yes, sir.
All right. Um, Regarding the potential exchange location, if it were in the middle, would you have any opposition to that?
No, sir.
Okay. And you are in the city of Temple, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. So if the court had y'all meet in Belton, that would be fine with you.
Yes, sir.
All right. And if the court had you drive all the way to Clean, that would be fine with you. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. If 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 the court did change custody, would you be able to pick up and drop off Quincy from his daycare and or school in the future?
Yes, sir.
Do you believe that would interfere with any of your job duties or responsibilities?
No, sir.
Regarding any summer period of possession, if the court did change custody today and you had 30 days in the summer, do you have any idea about which 30 days you would want?
July.
Okay. So he previously indicated he wanted June and you would be fine taking July?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Um, regarding the issue of the residents of Quincy, are you in agreement that the resident should remain within Bell County?
Yes, sir.
Are you in agreement with the request that it be expanded to the surrounding counties?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Regarding the calculated medical support, child support, and dental support amounts, if the court did change custody or conservatorship in this case, the amounts calculated originally were announced to be $58 for medical support, $12 for dental support, and then $280 for child support. I believe that $280 in child support is based on 14 an hour, but obviously would be different based on 13 an hour. Do you understand those amounts and how they were calculated?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You're not in agreement with them, I understand, but you understand how they were calculated.
Yes, sir.
All right. And you understand that going forward, Mr. Sterling is going to have health and dental insurance available for Quincy, available through TRICARE and or other dental insurance available to him. Is that your understanding?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Regarding the issue of retroactive child support or back support, as it's sometimes called, there are three categories of support or of amounts that have been paid to you or on your behalf. Those are the brief questions I asked to Mr. Sterling right at the end, namely just about 1,000 in various direct electronic payments, whether through Cash App or Walmart deliveries or Apple Pay or whatever. I believe there's at least 12 of those payments in various amounts. Are you are you in agreement with acknowledging all of those payments?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then you are in agreement that he did pay your bond to get out, totaling $22.70 when you were originally arrested, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then I believe you repaid him $1,200 on 7/16/24. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then I believe he provided roughly $700 to you for your support while you were pregnant with Quincy, or is that correct?
No, sir. I have Medicaid.
This would have been like by Cash App, so like just direct payments to you.
Yes, sir.
Do you acknowledge those or no?
After my birth for Quincy. Yes, sir.
I'm talking about before his birth.
No, sir.
Okay, so did you not receive a payment of $200 on 9/16/23?
I don't.
Okay. Sorry?
So those are gift. I only look at it.
Okay. All right. Okay. Okay. All right. I'll move on. All right. Regarding if the court changes conservatorship today and puts in place a possession and access order for you, are you wanting the same thing that was given to Mr. Sterling in the temporary order or something different?
The same thing.
Okay. Regarding his last name, the child's last name, that is, I think that I believe the temporary order already changed it, but Quincy
Correct.
Augustine. Okay. Now, whatever paperwork that y'all need to actually get the birth record changed, it sounds like there is something that you need to complete. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And is it are you saying that you're going to complete that and work towards getting that done so that his name can officially be changed?
Yes, sir.
All right. Um,
Remember,
I'll pass.
probably-
I'll pass for now.
I'm about to end this at 12:30, and I don't think we're gonna get through, but I do want Mr. Tanaka to have some opportunity to have to get testimony.
I'll
Because
pass.
again, we're drawing up on it, sir. So,
I'll pass. I think I covered everything from my notes, but I'll pass.
all right, then.
Yeah,
Uh,
and in the interest, oh, I'm sorry. In the interest of time, Judge, we don't have any questions. We would like to get this done, so no questions of this witness, Judge.
all right, Mr. Gwynn.
I only have a couple of questions, Judge.
All right, go right ahead.
Right, Miss Augustine, you recall that at the last hearing you testified that you were entering a job where you were being paid $14 an hour, correct?
My old job.
You objection unresponsive.
Yeah, I got the answer. It was her old job. Let's move on.
Okay.
Thank you.
Why are you not currently employed with that job anymore?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Why are you not still working that job?
Because it didn't work with my kid's school schedule.
So you accepted a job that paid you less?
It works with my kid's school schedule.
Would you agree that you're capable of making at least $14 an hour?
Yes, sir.
No further questions, Judge. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Brimhall, anything on redirect, sir?
I don't think so at this time, Judge.
All right, Mr. Tanaka.
Just one question, Judge. Ma'am, isn't it true that at the temporary orders, you testified you'd be working at that same daycare center back in February? Is that true, yes or no?
I don't remember.
Okay. No further questions, Judge.
All right, ma'am, where have you worked since the well, for the last 1 year? We're starting back. Let's go back in April of last year. Where were you? Were you employed in April of 2025, ma'am?
No, sir, I wasn't working at the time.
All right. When's the first time you got employment after after April of 2025, ma'am?
Around October or November.
Okay. And where was that?
Marata Senior Living Facility.
All right. That's the Mirada. And how long did you work there, ma'am?
Like 2 months.
All right. And after that?
I just started working at the daycare.
Okay. So those are only 2 jobs you've had in the last over the last 1 year time frame, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right then. How many hours were you getting at Mirada?
Like 30 hours.
And how many hours you getting now?
Around the same.
All right. All right, ma'am. Here's the deal. I won't let you ask yourself questions and answer them. But is there anything, and remember, you're under oath, you're only allowed to testify to what you've seen, what the father has told you. Is there anything that you want to tell the court in a narrative form as far as your testimony is concerned at this time, ma'am? And again, don't go into long renditions. Keep it to a couple of sentences, and that way I can see whether or not you can continue legally, ma'am. So at this time, is there anything else concerning these circumstances that you want to tell the court as far as information about those circumstances, ma'am? Thank you. Because, ma'am, again, ma'am, I know you're asking me to leave you as the conservator with the right to side domicile. You don't mind that being in Bell and contiguous. But is there anything to that end you want to tell the court about? Thank you.
No, sir.
All right, then, folks, let's go ahead and look at the closing statements at this time. And again, ma'am, you will have the right to make. I'm sorry, Mr. Sterling, your mother is still waiting in there. Is Mr. Tanaka? Do you wish to call her as a witness at this time?
Yeah, again, in the interest of time, I think we'll just skip that. Let's do closing and get it done today, Judge, I think. Thank you,
All
though.
right. All right, apologize to your mom for me, Mr. Sterling. But again, these are the circumstances. So at this time, I'll go ahead and do closing statements. Ma'am, I'll let you go last. But I'm going to go ahead and let the lawyers tell me what their closing statements are at this time, and then I'm going to go ahead and let you tell me your closing statement or closing argument, ma'am. All right, so if you want to. So at this time, I'm going to do it the way we did it. I'm going to go with Mr. Brimbaugh, Mr. Tanaka, Mr. Gwynn, and then you, Miss Augustine. Thank you.
Judge, I would, I know Miss Nia Sterling testified at the temp hearing. If there's not any objection, I would like to, before like officially closing, I would like to offer the 13-minute to 20-minute. It's a timestamp 13 to timestamp 20 on the recording, number 1, which covers her testimony. And I think that testimony is helpful and instructive for the case.
I'm going back and listen to the entire hearing again, sir. Okay, all right. I will take this on an advisement.
Okay.
Again, this one, because of the prior hearing and because of this morning's incidents, I want to make sure I know everything and recall everything, because since that hearing, I've had a dozen or 2 dozen. So yeah,
Yes, Judge.
I'll have it in your head after a while.
Yes, Judge.
I plan on going back and listening to the recording, sir. So
yes.
you may start your statement. Thank you.
Okay, good. Yes. I found her to be a very credible witness, and I wouldn't have asked her anything that wasn't asked in that temp hearing. So, yes, my requests are that conservatorship do change. I don't believe under the family code that due to her Miss Augustine Benjamin's conviction, she can be named a joint managing conservator. So therefore, my request is that Mr. Sterling be named the sole managing, that Miss Augustine Benjamin be named the possessory conservator of this child, that Mr. Sterling be ordered to carry the health and the dental insurance as he currently has it set up. My understanding is it took him a little bit to get figured out, but that Quincy is officially on those insurances already as of the date of the hearing, and so that those continue to be my request. My request would be for $58 in medical support and $12 in dental. I'll defer to what the state calculates for child support. If it's based on 14, I know it would be $280. If it's based on 13, it would be slightly lower than that. Miss Augustine Benjamin does have 4 other minor children. So whatever the amount is will reflect, obviously, her having 4 other children. The child's last name should be, the full name with no middle name. The parties should be ordered to cooperate with one another to get whatever paperwork is needed to get the name and the birth record officially changed. The parties should be continued to use AppClose. In this case, I think a smaller geo would be better. Bell and contiguous might require, too much driving potentially. If one of them moves to Gatesville or Burnett or Lampasas or something.
I'm probably going to be contiguous, Mr. I'm going to go with the code on this one.
Okay. All right. And then my request would be no retro for either party. Possession and access should be pursuant to the standard possession order for Miss Augustine Benjamin. The court should waive court costs due to prior military service and Miss Augustine Benjamin having been a recipient of 4D services. And the electronic communication should be continued from the temp. The temp order, I believe it was on Sunday, Tuesday, and Thursday for 30 minutes, or up to 30 minutes rather. Probably, I'm assuming between 5 and 7 p.m. or something like that. The parties are doing well with communicating, so I'm sure they could figure out whatever 30 minutes works on those days. And I believe that covers everything, Judge.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Brimhall. Mr. Tanaka.
Thank you, Judge. I'll keep it brief. Largely echo what Mr. Brimhall has requested. We are requesting that my client be appointed as sole managing conservator. Again, the rationale for that is found in Texas Family Code 153004, subsection B. We are asking that my client have the exclusive right to designate residence of the child within Bell and contiguous. That mom be awarded a standard possession order visitation schedule, keep the same days and times of electronic communication, keep communication to app close. Sounds like that's working out well, so let's keep a good thing going. We are asking that she be ordered to pay both guideline child support and cash medical and dental to be calculated by Mr. Brimhall or the Attorney General's office. And we are just asking that you reorder her to cooperate to get the child's name changed, whether that I guess whatever that entails. So notarization, signature, showing up in person at a place, that kind of thing. Other than that, I think Mr. Brimhall covered everything. So it would just be our request today, Judge. Thank you so much.
Okay. Mr. Oh, and I will let everybody know, we're going to go with, everybody's got to cooperate getting the name changed. It's going to be Bell, and it's going to be Bell in contiguous counties. Okay. So that's no matter what, no matter who gets what. So that's going to be that setup. So, Mr. Gwynn.
Thank you, Judge. So the state is requesting, basically for guideline, retroactive support does not appear appropriate in this fact pattern for either party, regardless of who gains custodianship or primary custodianship. However, for the father, if he were to remain the non-custodial parent, state would request that support continue as set in the temporary order. If custody is going to flip, then state would request guidelines calculated against the mother in this case, set at $14 an hour. She was previously employed and able to make that amount. And that's what state would request, which would lead to the numbers as follows: a medical support of $58, a dental support of $12, and a monthly child support of $280.
All right, so at this time, Ms. Augustine, is there any type of closing argument you want to make, ma'am? Again, I know you want to be named sole managed conservative with the right to decide domicile. You want me to name the father, and unfortunately, that's kind of weird. But if that's what I have to do, if I give her custody, that's the way it's going to have to be set up, because that's the way the family code sets it up, and he'll have to be a possessory conservative, which is kind of stupid. But again, I'm sorry, it's just the way the things are. So, ma'am, you're asking me to name you a sole managed conservator with the right to decide domicile, and the dad be possessory conservator with all the rights. I'll probably get maybe, if I do that, he gets every right. And the joint managed conservator, he's just going to be called possessory conservator. I get that, ma'am, because that would be what you would be requesting as far as this court. In other words, you get custody, he pays you child support. What else are you requesting me to do here today, ma'am?
Nothing, Your Honor.
Great. All right, I know Mr. Doctor kind of waited that. I said, yeah, that came up before, one case before, that if you can't be named as a joint, you've got to be the sole. If you're the person that can't be named as a joint, that's kind of weird. But if somebody, again, I hadn't looked at this in a couple of years. If anybody knows something different about that, let me know. Okay, but again, I don't keep track of everything. Obviously, none of us do. But that might be the criteria. So here's what we're going to do, folks. I got to listen to this again because, again, I did hear the witnesses and I recall some of that testimony, but again, I don't recall all of it. So I'm going to do that. I'm going to keep everything as status quo, the current temporary order, all the current temporary orders. Looks like I've got a Zoom. Belinda, I'm not showing anything on next Wednesday afternoon at 1:30. That I can make a ruling, or I can do it or I can do it on Thursday the 30th at 9:30 at 10:15. But right now, I'm looking at probably just going ahead and setting this up for ruling on next Monday at 1:30 p.m. And that'll be the only thing I'll have, and nobody else has to show up, obviously, but Mr. Gwynn. But everybody else can show up. Miss Augustine, you and Mr. Sterling and Mr. Tanaka could all show up, because I'm not sure what y'all's schedules are. So based on y'all, Mr. Tanaka, based on your schedule, Mr. Brimhall, based on your schedule, Would 1:30 on Wednesday the 29th work best, or would 10:30, 10:15 on the Thursday the 30th work for you?
29th would be best for me, but I
I-
probably will just. Will you be emailing a copy of the ruling, Judge, to everybody? You said we don't need a show.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Well, I can. I can. All right.
I would, I,
Okay.
I would, did the court mention Monday, the 27th at 1:30, or was that?
No, I'm not going to get into the Mr. Grimm. I want to give myself some time to do this. I have dockets too, so I want to go back and listen.
Okay.
So-
I would prefer probably the 30th, and I have a mediation all day on the 29th.
All right, then, gentlemen. Mr. Tanaka, can you make a drop in at 10:15 on the 30th? Same Zoom code, just for ruling.
I can't, but my client may be there. If you could just email me a copy of the ruling, that'd be appreciated. I'll be in another courtroom, different hearing. So.
Mr. Nguyen and Mr. Brimall can give you that information too, or you can even get a copy of the recording, sir. Okay.
Perfect.
All right, so let's just
Okay. Thank you so much, Judge.
let's go with 10:15 on the 30th. After I call the 9 o'clock docket, I'll come over at 10:15 and we'll take care of this ruling.
Okay.
All right, guys. Same Zoom code, Miss Augustine and Mr. Sterling. So if you want to show up, that's not a problem either. So anyway, thank y'all all very much. And again, I'm taking this very seriously. I've heard some things today. I've heard some requests today that I'm probably going to do a 180-degree on as far as what the lawyers are asking. But yeah, well, but everything else I'm gonna go back and listen to and as necessary do the math as needed. So everybody is at this time free to go. Thank y'all all very much. And again, the current temporary orders are still in place. So if this is your weekend or whatever the visitation package is, this Thursday, whatever, that is whatever the temporary order says, that's what we're looking at. And the court will make a final ruling on this matter next Thursday at 10:30 a.m., 10:15 a.m. on this same Zoom code. If I'm running late, that means the docket ran late. Judge is going to be out for the month of June, so I'm going to get this one taken care of. All right.
Great.
All
Thank
right,
you, Judge. May we be excused?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Oh, may we be excused?
Yes, you may be excused. And somebody go in there and Mr. Brim, I'll go in there and tell Ms. Sterling it's all your fault. You went too long and she didn't get a chance to testify. Okay.
I'll tell her for sure. I'll tell her she can log in.
Whatever breakout room, and you tell her I'm not going to make that lady mad. Get around in the breakout room all day. Okay. That's
No.
on you.
Thank you. I'll tell her. I'll for sure let her know.
I'm not going to end the meeting until you do it. Until I see her leave. I'm not leaving.
I don't think I think she's gone now. Isn't she? I don't think she's in the breakout room anymore.
Oh, she might have split.
I'm not seeing anybody.
I think she did.
No,
I think
okay.
she already logged out. Yeah.
There you go.
Maybe got kicked out electronically, but Mr. Tanaka, let her know that her testimony wasn't necessary, and if she had technical difficulties, that's usually what happens with breakout room. That it didn't affect anything. All right.
Yes, Judge.
All right. Thank you.
Perfect. Will do. All right.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Judge.